Tonight, as your head softens into the pillow, allow my voice to be a gentle guide, leading you away from the noise of the day and into the quiet heart of Zen Buddhism. Many call this the path of no path. You don't need to know anything. You don't need to do anything. Simply breathe and allow your mind to float as an ancient wisdom, like the soft scent of sandalwood, drifts over you. This is not just a story to help you sleep. The essence of Zen stories has, for centuries, helped quiet the storm inside, dissolving the knots of worry, and revealing a profound stillness that is already within you. Many find their most restful sleep, beginning on the very first night. They simply let go. As your body unwinds, we will explore together how to release the patterns that keep you awake, how to find sanctuary from your own thoughts, and how to discover the sacred in the most ordinary moments. These teachings speak directly to your core, beneath all beliefs. Let us begin this gentle journey into the stillness. The path of Buddhist teachings stands somewhat apart from the great traditions of the world. While many spiritual paths are centered on belief in a creator, in eternal souls, or in the absolute authority of a sacred text, Buddhism invites a different kind of exploration. The Buddha did not ask his followers to place faith in things they could not see for themselves. Instead, he invited them simply to investigate their own direct experience, to look deeply, and to see for themselves the nature of what is. When the Buddha was asked metaphysical questions about an ultimate creator, about what comes after death, about the beginning of the universe, he often met them with a profound silence, or he would respond with a question or a story that gently guided the questioner's attention away from speculation and back to the only place life is happening, right here, right now. There is a story of a great scholar and a philosopher who spent days debating the origins of the cosmos. They approached the Buddha, asking him to settle their argument about how the world began. The Buddha simply asked them, if a man is struck by a poisoned arrow, does he refuse medical care until he knows the name of the archer, the wood of the arrow, and the type of poison used? When they admitted he would not, the Buddha explained that their metaphysical debates were like this: entertaining, perhaps, but ultimately a distraction from the urgent task at hand, the release from suffering. This wasn't because the Buddha denied the existence of other realms or beings. The path acknowledges many gods or devas, but these beings, while powerful and living for vast spans of time, are still part of the great cycle of change. They too are subject to impermanence, just in more comfortable surroundings. There is a parable of a monk who, through deep meditation, traveled to a high celestial realm. He asked the presiding deity there about the final end of all things. The deity, proud and majestic, confessed he did not know, for his realm too would one day change. For the Buddha, seeking ultimate answers from gods was like asking a cloud for the location of the Sunday. The cloud is beautiful, but it is not the source of the light. This is why this path is sometimes called a way of no religion. It does not require belief in a supreme being, yet it offers a most profound spiritual journey. To understand this path, we look to its founder. Siddhartha Gautama was born around 2,500 years ago in the foothills of the Himalayas, in what is now Nepal. He was a prince, raised in profound luxury, carefully shielded by his father from any sight that might disturb his peace. But the story tells that as a young man, he finally ventured beyond the palace walls, and there, for the first time, he encountered what the palace had hidden. He didn't just see an old person. He recognized the inescapable future of his own body. He didn't just see a sick person. He felt the profound fragility of his own health. And he didn't just see a corpse. He understood the stark reality that all life, including his own, must end. These realizations shattered his world. Moved by a deep compassion, he abandoned his privileged life, his wife, his child, his kingdom, to seek the root cause of this universal suffering and a way to be free from it. For years, he followed spiritual teachers. He practiced extreme asceticism, starving himself, enduring pain, denying all comfort, nearly to the point of death. He was trying to wring peace from pain, like trying to get water from a dry stone. Eventually, he realized this path of self-torture was just as unhelpful as his former life of self-indulgence. He chose, instead, a middle way, and sitting in meditation beneath a Bodhi tree, he awakened. He became the Buddha, which simply means one who is awake. He awakened to profound insights about the nature of reality. He discovered that all things are impermanent, constantly changing, that our attempt to cling to what cannot last inevitably leads to sorrow, and that what we call ourself isn't a fixed, separate entity, but a flowing process, deeply connected with everything around us. After his awakening, he spent the remaining 45 years of his life teaching others how to realize these truths for themselves. He didn't ask people to believe him. He invited them, as you are invited tonight, to Ehipasiko, to come and see, to test his teachings through your own direct experience. Buddhism is, at its heart, a dialogue rather than a proclamation, a method rather than a doctrine. At the very core of the Buddha's insight is a clear understanding of desire and its deep, intricate relationship to our suffering. The Buddha observed that we spend our lives constantly chasing after what we think will make us happy, and endlessly running from what we fear will bring us pain. Yet, we never seem to find a lasting, stable satisfaction. Desire, by its very nature, is like drinking salt water to quench a thirst. The very act of fulfilling it only seems to make the thirst stronger. The Buddha taught, no matter what you gain, you will not be satisfied. That is the intrinsic nature of this craving. We often achieve the very things we dreamed of, only to find our minds immediately begin dreaming of something else. The cycle continues. The Buddha used a powerful image for this. He said people cling desperately to material things and to selfish cravings, sacrificing their lives for them. They are like children, trying to scoop a single drop of honey from the sharp edge of a razor. The honey might be sweet for a fleeting moment, but the cut to the tongue is inevitable and deep. Look at those in old age who have spent their entire lives chasing everything that society told them would bring happiness. Many seem covered in invisible wounds. Their faces are like maps of old battles and quiet disappointments. When such people pass from this world, there is rarely a sense of peace, only the shadow of their unfulfilled hopes. But someone who has lived without being fooled by these fleeting dreams, they grow more peaceful, more simple. With age, in their final years, they become even more beautiful than in their youth. When you live from a place of truth, aging brings a quiet radiance, not decay. A special light surrounds you. The Buddha suggested a different approach, not to fight desire, not to deny it, but to look directly into its nature. Here, as you rest, simply notice the feeling of wanting sleep, wanting peace. Observe how it moves. It is very subtle. When you do this, you will realize two things. First, that desire can never be truly filled from the outside. And second, once you understand this deeply, the tight grip of craving simply loosens. It disappears. This is the state of peace, stillness, liberation, the state of true satisfaction. The Buddhist teachings offer a rich cosmology, a map of existence. It can be understood literally, but perhaps more powerfully, as a psychological map of the different states of mind we inhabit. Central to this view is the concept of the 6 realms of existence, often shown in the wheel of life. At the very top of this wheel are the devas, or gods, beings of immense bliss, power, and incredibly long lifespans. They represent the peak of what can be achieved, moments of pure, untroubled joy. At the very bottom are beings in the hell realms, representing the deepest, most intense suffering. Between these two extremes are the other realms, the realm of the hungry ghosts, or pretas, pictured with tiny mouths and huge, swollen bellies. They can never, ever satisfy their cravings. This is the state of addiction, of grasping, the feeling of never enough. The human realm, which is where we find ourselves now, a place of balance, mixed with joy and sorrow, and holding the unique potential for awakening. The realm of the angry spirits, or asuras, beings consumed by rage, jealousy, and conflict, and the animal realm, driven by instinct, fear, and the avoidance of awareness. We do not need to take these realms literally as places you go to. They can be understood as states of mind we experience every single day. We enter a hell realm when we are lost in deep despair or pain. We become like a hungry ghost when we are trapped in a cycle of craving, scrolling, wanting, never satisfied. We experience the human realm in moments of balance and clarity. We taste the heavenly realms in moments of pure, unadulterated joy. We become like an angry spirit when filled with resentment or rage, and we sink to the animal realm when we act purely on unconscious habit. The better a person you try to become, the higher you climb toward those heavenly realms. The less aware you become, the lower you sink toward the hell realms. But here is the crucial point. Whatever goes up must eventually come down. You cannot keep improving forever within this cycle, like a pendulum swinging high. It must eventually swing back. True enlightenment, Buddhahood, exists nowhere on this wheel. It is liberation from the wheel itself. By trying to become better and better, you bind yourself to the wheel, perhaps with golden chains. By becoming worse, you bind yourself with iron chains, but a chain is still a chain. The Buddha's teaching shows how to break free from all chains completely. Now, we come to the heart of the Buddha's insight. He taught that one of our most fundamental errors, the root of our deepest anxieties, is the belief that we have a fixed, permanent, separate self or soul. Now, this is not saying that you do not exist. Clearly, you are here, you are experiencing this, but that you do not exist as a separate, independent entity. The Buddha stated that this concept of self has been profoundly misunderstood. You exist, but you are not separate from the universe. You are a process, not a thing. Separation forms the entire basis of the self-concept. If I am separate from you, I have a self. If you are separate from me, you have a self. Consider a wave rising on the ocean. It has a shape, a form, a temporary identity. It travels, it crests, It breaks. It appears to be a separate thing, but is it? Or is it simply the ocean, expressing itself as a wave? Where does the wave stop and the ocean begin? There is no such line. We appear separate, only on the surface. The deeper you go, beneath the changing foam of thoughts and feelings, the more that separation fades. When you reach the core of your being, you find it is universal. There is no separate self, no permanent soul. This is perhaps Buddhism's most radical and profound teaching. It says there is no eternal creator God to appeal to. It says there is no heaven as a place of permanent reward. And it says there is no eternal soul or self to preserve. This can be quite challenging, as it leaves us with nothing to cling to. Without a soul, if death is the end, all effort seems meaningless. What is the point of meditation or kindness? But the Buddha's insight is this very clinging to the idea of a permanent, separate self. That is what causes our suffering in the first place. When we can gently let go of this illusion, we discover a freedom and a peace that does not depend on the idea of being a separate, permanent entity. This is how our universe truly is, a vast, flowing network of mutual interdependence, where everything implies everything else. In the Huayang, or Avatamsaka, school of Buddhism, which forms an intellectual foundation for much of Zen Buddhism, there is a concept of the four Dharma worlds. These are not separate places, but four ways of perceiving reality, each one deeper than the last. First is the world of Shi, or particulars. This is our everyday world, the world our senses normally perceive, of separate things and events, mountains, rivers, people, and buildings, the pillow beneath your head, the sound of my voice. Everything appears as a distinct, separate entity. This is the world of distinction. Second is the world of Ri, or unity. This is the unifying principle, the oneness behind all the particulars. When you truly understand things, you become aware of their profound relationships to each other. You see the tree is the sun, the soil, and the sky. Eventually, the multiplicity of the world seems to dissolve into a single, seamless whole. This is the world of unity. Third is the world of Ri and Shi, unity and particulars in harmony. This world recognizes that the universal and the particular are not enemies. They are not incompatible. Just as you can have a single, perfect snowflake, the snowflake is a particular, unique form, Shi. But it is also, completely, ice, Ri. The ice does not oppose the snowflake. The ice is the snowflake. So too can spirituality and materiality, the timeless and the everyday, coexist in perfect harmony. The truly awakened person is both deeply spiritual and profoundly human. Fourth is the world of Shi and Shi, the mutual penetration of all particulars. This is the highest view. It is where every single particular thing is seen to contain and imply all other particular things. Between one event and any other event, there is no obstruction, no true separation. This is the doctrine of interpenetration. It is often described using the image of Indra's net, a vast net that stretches across the universe. And at every single intersection of the net, there is a shining jewel. And if you look into any one jewel, you will see the reflections of all the other jewels in the entire net. The world of Shi means that any one event, a single breath, a falling leaf, a passing thought, implies the entire universe, past, present, and future. The whole universe depends on you right now, just as you depend on the whole universe. This highest view forms the philosophical basis for Zen as a practical, non-intellectual way of life. It is the realization that the most ordinary event, drinking tea, washing dishes, hearing a sound in the night, implies the entire cosmos. This is why Zen masters use ordinary events to demonstrate the profound without needing to explain it intellectually. The Buddha's approach to teaching was often dialectical. This means that rather than simply stating absolute, fixed truths, he offered teachings that would gently counterbalance wherever someone was leaning too far in one direction. When people were pursuing happiness and pleasure too single-mindedly, he taught about life's inevitable suffering and impermanence. When people became lost in guilt or clung to the idea of a permanent, separate self, he taught that no fixed, sinful self exists. The truth, he showed, always lies in the middle way, neither extreme suffering nor perfect, permanent happiness, neither an eternal, unchanging self, nor complete non-existence. It is a path that avoids the extremes of all kinds. The Buddha himself had walked both extremes. He had experienced the extreme of sensual indulgence as a prince in his palace, and the extreme of harsh asceticism as a spiritual seeker in the forest, finding both to be lacking. He discovered a balanced path, one that embraced both spiritual awareness and full engagement with the world. This dialectical approach, this balancing act, is particularly evident in Zen Buddhism. When asked a profound question about religion, a Zen master might reply with a comment about the secular. When asked about something secular, they might reply with a profound religious insight. For example, when the master Joshu was asked a deep metaphysical question at the end of the Kalpa, when the great fire consumes everything, will this one thing, meaning Buddha nature, also be destroyed? Joshu replied, "It's windy again this morning." Another time, a student asked a master, "What is the deepest truth of Buddhism?" The master pointed to a cypress tree in the courtyard. The student, confused, said, "I am asking about the truth, not the tree." The master replied, "You asked. In the first case, a profound question is answered with a simple comment about the weather. In the second, a simple object is used to point directly at the answer. This is the Zen way of breaking through our habitual, logical patterns of thinking to point directly at immediate experience. Zen Buddhism represents one of the most fascinating expressions of this path, particularly as it developed in China and later Japan. What makes Zen special is its directness, its profound simplicity. While other forms of Buddhism might involve intricate rituals or detailed philosophical explanations, Zen cuts through all of that to point directly at reality itself. Zen began in China around the 6th century, when, according to tradition, an Indian monk named Bodhidharma arrived. He brought a special teaching, one that was said to be beyond words and letters. This tradition, a special transmission outside the scriptures, eventually made its way to Japan, where it profoundly influenced the culture, the arts, and the way of life. The word Zen comes from the Japanese pronunciation of the Chinese word Chan, which, in turn, comes from the Sanskrit word dhyana, meaning meditation or absorption. But Zen isn't just about sitting quietly on a cushion. It is about bringing a complete, total awareness to every aspect of life. A famous Zen saying declares, "Before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water." What changes is not the activity. What changes is the quality of awareness, the presence we bring to it. Zen teachers use various methods to awaken students from their habitual, sleepy thinking. One approach involves presenting paradoxical statements or questions, called koans, such as, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" or "What was your original face before your parents were born?" These questions cannot be answered through logical thought. They are designed to exhaust the rational mind, to bring it to a full stop, and, in that silence, to open the way for direct, immediate insight. Another core method is zazen, simply sitting in meditation, paying attention to breath and posture, letting thoughts and feelings arise and pass without getting caught, without being carried away. Unlike meditation practices that focus on achieving special states, Zen meditation is often described as just sitting, being completely present without seeking anything at all. One thing that distinguishes Zen from many other Buddhist traditions is its profound artistic expression. Zen has deeply influenced Japanese calligraphy, garden design, flower arrangement, ikebana, pottery, and the tea ceremony. These arts are not just decorative, they are practices that embody Zen principles: simplicity, directness, a deep, quiet naturalness, and a profound appreciation for imperfection. The Zen aesthetic often celebrates what is incomplete or transient. A roughly formed tea bowl with a subtle crack might be treasured more than a perfectly symmetrical, machine-made one. The crack, perhaps mended with gold, in the art of kintsugi, tells the story of its life. It honors the passage of time. This aesthetic is sometimes called wabi-sabi, finding a quiet, melancholy beauty in what is imperfect, impermanent, and incomplete. What is so striking about this approach is how it finds the profound in the most ordinary activities. Zen does not seek special, ecstatic experiences, separate from daily life. Instead, it teaches that enlightenment is not something exotic or distant. It is the true nature of our everyday experience. When we see it clearly, the highest kind of religious or spiritual attainment in Zen has no outward sign that it is religious or spiritual. As one Chinese poem says, "Entering the forest, he stirs not a single leaf. Entering the water, he makes not a single ripple." There is no sign about this person to indicate that they are self-consciously holy. They are simply, completely themselves. This is why the greatest Zen painting and poetry often has as its subject matter not grand religious themes at all, but the most ordinary objects and experiences: a branch of pine covered in snow, weathered rocks in a bed of raked sand, bamboos bending in the wind. A famous Zen-inspired poem by Buson simply states, "On the temple bell, a butterfly has lit and sleeps." This poem contains no philosophical statements, no grand truths. Yet, It perfectly expresses the Zen appreciation for the ordinary moment, fully experienced. The massive bronze bell, the tiny, fragile butterfly. The moment is just as it is, nothing more, nothing less. Yet, when truly seen, it contains everything. One of the core teaching methods in Zen is what we might call the double bind. This is a situation where you are given contradictory demands that cannot both be fulfilled, at least not by the logical mind. Society itself often places us in these impossible binds. It tells us, you must be spontaneous, you must be natural, you must love me unconditionally. How can one obey a command to be spontaneous? The very act of trying to be spontaneous is, by definition, not spontaneous. The very act of trying to be natural feels completely artificial. The student is caught. The Zen teacher deliberately places the student in such binds to bring about a breakthrough. For instance, the teacher might demand, "Show me your true, original self." Right now, any attempt by the student to present themselves as genuine immediately becomes a performance, contrived and inauthentic. Yet, not trying at all is also a kind of pose. The student is trapped in an impossible situation. When you ask a Zen teacher to help you eliminate the anxious, chattering mind, they might point out that your desire to eliminate the anxious mind is just more anxious chattering. If you try not to desire, you are desiring non-desire. If you try to force your mind to be still, you are creating more violence. Even trying not to try becomes just another subtle form of trying. This predicament, in Zen, is sometimes called a mosquito trying to bite an iron bull, a position of such complete psychic extremity that nothing can be done about it. When you find that there is nothing you can do and nothing you cannot do about a given situation, you suddenly and directly realize the fiction of being a separate doer, a separate ego. It simply doesn't exist, except as a collection of habits, a social convention. This is why, in Zen, they say, when the wrong person uses the right methods work in the wrong way. You might practice meditation to become peaceful, to become a Buddha, but if you are approaching it with the wrong attitude, trying to gain something, trying to become something, you cannot succeed. Your selfish intent defeats the very practice that is meant to free you from selfishness. The term religion of no religion perfectly captures the paradoxical quality of Zen. It is not that Zen rejects religion or spiritual forms entirely. It is that it recognizes both their profound value and their ultimate limitations. Think of any religious path as a raft, skillfully built to help you cross a dangerous river. The river is the world of suffering and confusion. The other shore is awakening. The raft is essential. Without it, you might be swept away. But when you reach the other shore, you do not carry the raft on your back. As you continue your journey into the mountains, you leave it behind with gratitude. But some people fall in love with the raft. They get so attached to the religious forms, the rituals, the words, the ideas, that they stay on the raft, endlessly paddling back and forth across the river, mistaking the vehicle for the destination. The religious teacher can become like a ferryman, who spends his entire life on the river, but never reaches the shore himself. Someone does need to return the raft to help others cross, but they must remember the goal is getting people across and setting them free, not keeping them on the raft forever. In a famous series of Zen images depicting the stages of spiritual development, the final image is not of a monk meditating alone on a mountaintop. The final image shows a simple, unassuming person returning to the marketplace. They are ordinary, perhaps even a little round, and they carry bliss-bestowing hands. Having attained this awakening, they return to ordinary life to help others, but with no outward sign of spiritual attainment. They appear completely ordinary. This is the bodhisattva ideal, someone who has awakened but returns to the world of everyday life out of a deep, boundless compassion for all beings. As one Zen saying puts it, to return to the source is not the same as never having left. The truly enlightened person does not reject the world. They engage with it from a perspective of profound wisdom and unshakable compassion. The Zen master Rinzai once said, "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him." This shocking statement points directly to the ultimate danger of turning even the Buddha into an object of attachment, an external idol. True awakening involves letting go of all concepts, all images, even the most sacred ones. It is only then that you find what cannot be given or taken away. What makes this ancient path so appealing across so many cultures is its universality. While it emerged from specific Buddhist traditions, its essence points to something that every human heart recognizes: the possibility of living with greater awareness, greater presence, and a quiet freedom from our own habitual patterns of thinking and reacting. In our hyper-connected, yet often profoundly disconnected world, Zen's simple emphasis on presence offers a path toward a greater wholeness and authenticity. We are rarely truly here for what is happening right now. Our attention bounces between regrets about the past and anxieties about the future, while the present moment, the only moment we ever actually experience, slips by unnoticed. A traditional Zen story addresses this directly. A man was walking when he was suddenly chased by a ferocious tiger. He ran, fleeing to the edge of a high cliff. He grabbed a vine and swung himself down over the edge. Looking up, he saw the snarling tiger waiting for him. Looking down, far below, he saw another tiger, pacing, waiting. He was trapped. Then, two mice, one white and one black, representing day and night, began to gnaw at the vine he was holding. At that precise moment, holding on with one hand, he noticed a single wild strawberry growing from the cliff face. He reached out, picked it, and ate it. How sweet it tasted. This story is not about ignoring danger. It is about our profound capacity to be fully present, even in the most difficult circumstances. The tigers are the past we run from and the future we dread. The mice are the relentless passing of time. Yet, right now, in this very moment, there is a strawberry, the direct, vivid, unrepeatable experience of being alive? Can we taste it fully, even while acknowledging all of our challenges? In our modern world, we face a challenge. The ancient Zen masters could never have imagined the challenge of digital distraction. Many of us check our phones within minutes of waking and continue checking them compulsively throughout the day. Often, even during conversations with people we love. Studies show the average person checks their phone over 150 times every day, often without any conscious awareness, without any real choice. It is simply a reflex. This constant fragmentation of our attention not only prevents us from being present, it actually rewires our brains, making sustained, deep attention increasingly difficult. A modern Zen approach might involve a simple practice. The next time you feel the urge to check your phone, just for a moment, pause. Don't act on it immediately. Notice the feeling of the urge itself. Where is it in your body? Is it restlessness, boredom, a subtle anxiety? What drives this compulsion? By bringing simple, non-judgmental awareness to this habit, we can begin to break its unconscious power over us. The Zen approach isn't about demonizing technology. It is about bringing awareness to automatic, unconscious habits. Most of our phone checking is driven not by necessity, but by a vague, restless sense that something better, something more important, might be happening somewhere else. This is the very opposite of Zen's gentle emphasis on the profound fullness of this present moment. Another domain where this practice offers profound, gentle insight is in our relationship with difficult emotions, anxiety, fear, grief. Most of us go to great lengths to avoid these uncomfortable feelings. We turn to endless distractions, substances, or just constant, relentless busyness, anything not to feel that. Yet, Zen suggests a radically different approach, a much kinder and more courageous path. Instead of trying to numb anxiety or push it away, what if, just for this moment, you got curious about it? What if you invited it in, like a lost traveler, caught in a storm? Where exactly do you feel it in your body? Perhaps it's not anxiety, but a collection of pure sensations, a tightness in your chest, a shallowness in your breath, a cold, tingling sensation in your hands, a hollow feeling in your stomach. Does it stay the same, or does it change moment by moment? Is it solid, or is it more like a current of energy moving through? When you stop fighting anxiety and instead bring a simple, kind awareness to it, you may find it isn't a solid, terrifying thing at all. It is simply energy, sensations arising and passing. By observing these sensations with gentle curiosity instead of fear, they no longer overwhelm you. They no longer are you. The anxiety still comes, but it no longer controls your life. This approach reflects a fundamental Zen teaching. Resistance creates suffering. When we fight against what is already happening, whether it's anxiety, physical pain, or a difficult life circumstance, we create a second layer of tension, a second arrow that amplifies our distress. When we meet our experience with an open, spacious awareness, we discover a freedom that doesn't depend on our circumstances being a certain way. In the world of work and achievement, Zen offers particularly counterintuitive wisdom. Our culture celebrates relentless ambition and constant self-improvement, but Zen suggests that our breathless pursuit of goals often undermines the very satisfaction we are seeking. A CEO, a high achiever, might proudly describe his rigorous productivity system, his 18-hour days, and his ambitious 5-year plan to a Zen master. The master, after listening quietly, might simply ask, "With all this planning and achieving, when do you actually live? Are you constantly preparing to live at some future time when all your goals are finally met? When have you last fully experienced a single cup of tea without thinking about what comes next?" This points to a fundamental insight. Life only happens now. Our plans and ambitions have their place, but when they pull us completely out of the present moment into an endless, anxious, future-oriented striving, we miss our actual lives as they unfold. Many high achievers discover this too late, reaching the summit only to find a hollow, empty feeling. Is this all there is? Zen doesn't tell us to abandon meaningful work. It doesn't tell us to have no ambitions. It invites us to hold them more lightly, to find our fulfillment in the process, in the doing, rather than postponing our sense of aliveness until some future achievement that may never come. Another area where Zen offers its deepest, most valuable insights is in our relationship with aging, illness, and our own mortality. Our culture often treats these natural processes as problems to be solved, as enemies to be fought, as a failure. This creates tremendous, unnecessary suffering when we inevitably encounter them. An old gardener who had practiced Zen his entire life was nearing his end. A young student, full of fear and sadness, came to sit with him. "Master," the student whispered, "I am so afraid for you. You are leaving us." The old man, breathing softly, pointed out the window to the monastery garden he had tended for 50 years. It was autumn, and a single, perfect maple leaf, brilliant red, detached from its branch and drifted slowly to the earth. "Do you see that leaf?" the master whispered. "It is not a failure. It is not tragic. It has finished its dance with the sun and the wind. Now it returns to the earth to nourish the roots. Its ending is a part of its magnificence." The student watched the leaf settle on the ground. The old master closed his eyes and smiled faintly. "Do not be afraid to be here with me as I return." Zen does not offer easy answers about an afterlife or eliminate our natural fear of the unknown. Instead, it invites us to look directly at impermanence rather than pushing it away. By becoming intimate with the reality that nothing lasts forever, not our possessions, not our relationships, not these bodies, not these identities, we begin to appreciate the profound preciousness of this very moment. We live with less fear and less grasping. This perspective can be particularly powerful at the end of life. Someone who has lived without being deceived by the false dreams of desire, they grow more peaceful, more simple with age. In death, they do not just decay, they complete. When you live authentically, aging brings a kind of harvest, not a slow defeat. A quiet completion surrounds you, and you become like a temple to something timeless and absolute. This is how life can unfold, a journey of ripening and returning. If aging makes you bitter and small, it suggests you have spent your life chasing shadows, wounded by your own unfulfilled cravings. Old age becomes dry and tedious, and few can face death peacefully, because people rarely live with true, full awareness. But if someone truly lives, like a great tree, giving its all to its leaves, their death becomes something beautiful to witness. You will see their life shine brightest. At the very end, in their final moments, they become a powerful, quiet presence. Their entire being concentrates into that one moment, and a light seems to radiate from them. The practice of Zen also offers profound insights for our relationships. Many of us approach our relationships with fixed, heavy ideas about who the other person is, how they should behave, and what we need from them. These expectations, these mental blueprints, often create deep disappointment and conflict when reality doesn't match our mental images. A couple on the verge of separation attended a Zen-based retreat as a final, desperate resort. During one exercise, they were instructed to simply sit and look at each other for 5 minutes without speaking a word. No agenda, no arguing, just seeing. For many couples, truly seeing each other without the thick filter of past grievances, future worries, and fixed, heavy narratives is revolutionary. Afterward, the wife shared, with tears in her eyes, "I saw my husband today, for the first time in years. Not the man who always forgets, not the man I want him to be, but the person who was actually sitting right there." This moment of true seeing created a small opening, a tiny space, for genuine connection beyond their heavy stories about each other. This practice of seeing without preconceptions applies to all relationships. How often do we interact with others based on our ideas about them, rather than meeting them freshly in this moment? How often do we half listen while busy formulating our response or checking our phones? Zen teaches us that when we look deeply at others, we see that they are not truly separate from us. Their joy and their suffering are our joy and our suffering. This understanding naturally gives rise to compassion, not as a moral obligation, but as the natural expression of our deep interconnection. There's a famous Zen story. 2 monks, Ryotan and Esho, were walking together on a muddy road after a heavy rain. They came upon a lovely young woman in a fine silk kimono, unable to cross a giant, deep puddle without ruining her clothes. The elder monk, Ryotan, without a word, picked her up, carried her across the puddle, and set her down gently on the other side. The 2 monks continued their journey in silence. 5 hours passed. Finally, as they neared their temple, the younger monk, Esho, unable to contain himself any longer, burst out, "Brother, as monks, we are forbidden to touch women, especially a beautiful one like that. Why did you do that?" The elder monk, Ryotan, looked at him calmly and replied, "I left that woman by the puddle 5 hours ago. Why are you still carrying her? How often do we do the same? Something happens. The actual event might last only seconds, but we carry it for hours, days, sometimes even years, replaying it, nursing the grievance, building elaborate cases. Meanwhile, life is happening right now, but we are missing it because we are lost in our stories about the past. Zen also offers profound, gentle wisdom for dealing with one of the most universal and painful human challenges, the inner critic. Most of us live with an internal voice that judges, criticizes, compares, and finds us lacking in countless painful ways. You are not good enough. You failed again. You are unlovable. This voice can become so familiar, so constant, that we mistake it for reality. We mistake it for our voice, when, in fact, it is simply a deeply conditioned pattern, a mental habit that creates needless, heavy suffering. A poet, struggling with a crippling creative block, attended a Zen retreat. During a private meeting, he confessed to the teacher, "Whenever I sit down to write, a voice in my head screams at me. It tells me my ideas are worthless, that I'm a fraud, that I have no talent, and I should just give up." The teacher listened quietly and then asked a simple, penetrating question. When you hear that voice, who is hearing it? This question stopped the poet completely. He had never thought of it that way. He realized in that moment that there was an awareness in him, a silent, spacious witness that could observe this critical voice, rather than being completely identified with it. The teacher suggested a simple practice. Each time the critical voice arises, simply and gently, note to yourself, "Ah, thinking," or "Ah, the critic." Acknowledge it, like a barking dog in the neighborhood, and then, gently, return to your breath and continue to write. This simple practice created just enough space for the poet to recognize that the inner critic was not the truth about him. It was just a conditioned thought pattern, arising and passing, by neither fighting against it, which only gives it more power, nor believing it, which leads to despair. He found a quiet freedom to create, despite its continuing presence. This approach illustrates a fundamental Zen insight. You are not your thoughts. Thoughts, feelings, sensations arise and pass in the mind like clouds moving through the vast, open sky. But the sky itself, your basic, fundamental awareness, remains spacious, clear, and undisturbed. By learning to identify with the sky of awareness, rather than with the weather of your passing thoughts, we find a deep and lasting freedom from the tyranny of self-judgment. The wisdom of Zen also applies to how we relate to possessions and to consumption. Our culture bombards us with thousands of messages every day that we need more clothes, more gadgets, more status, more experiences to finally be happy. Yet, many people find that accumulating these things brings only a fleeting satisfaction before the familiar craving for more returns. A successful architect who had practiced Zen for many years shared his experience. He had downsized from a large architecturally significant house filled with expensive, curated belongings to a simple, small apartment with only what he truly needed and deeply valued. He said the process was not about aesthetic self-denial or pretending to be a monk. It was about discovery, discovering what truly contributed to his well-being versus what merely cluttered his life and his mind. He found that, with fewer possessions, fewer things requiring maintenance, insurance, cleaning, and mental energy, he experienced a profound and surprising freedom, a clarity. His practice became simply noticing the impulse to acquire something new and asking, gently, will this genuinely enrich my life? Or will it simply add more complexity, more distraction, more weight? This approach reflects the Zen aesthetic of simplicity, not as a rigid, cold standard of minimalism, but as the natural, warm expression of knowing what truly matters. When we are not constantly chasing after the next thing, we can, perhaps, for the first time, fully appreciate what we already have. Psychologists have observed that people who feel powerless or empty internally often try to buy a sense of power externally. If someone feels weak or small inside, they might crave the biggest truck, the fastest car, the most exclusive brand. Their inner strength has faded, so they replace it with something external. They feel a rush of power when the car speeds down the highway. For a moment, they become the car. For years, psychologists have noted that people with the deepest feelings of unworthiness often have the biggest and loudest ambitions. They need to prove their importance to the world precisely because they don't truly feel it within themselves. Whatever you lack on the inside, you try to gather from the outside world. But if you are complete within yourself, you can simply relax in your own peaceful presence. Only then can you truly see your own beauty and know who you really are, beyond all the things you own. To understand Zen more deeply, we should explore its historical origins and how it evolved. As it traveled across different cultures, Zen did not appear suddenly or in a vacuum. It emerged from the rich, deep soil of Buddhist thought and practice that had already been developing for over 1,000 years. Buddhism, as we've heard, originated in India with Siddhartha Gautama, the historical Buddha, around the 5th century BCE. As this path spread across the great continent of Asia, it naturally adapted, breathing in the air of different cultures and environments. By the time it reached China, in the 1st century CE, Buddhism had already developed many various schools and diverse approaches. The particular and radical form of Buddhism that would eventually become Zen is said to have truly begun with the legendary figure of Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma was an Indian monk who, according to tradition, arrived in China around the 5th or 6th century CE. The stories say that Bodhidharma was eventually granted an audience with the Chinese Emperor Wu of Liang. The emperor was a devout Buddhist and was very proud of his spiritual accomplishments. He told Bodhidharma, "I have built many temples. I have had sacred scriptures copied. I have supported thousands of monks and nuns. What is my merit? The emperor expected praise, but Bodhidharma looked at him and replied bluntly, "No merit whatsoever." This shocking, abrupt response perfectly illustrated the emerging Zen approach. It cut like a diamond straight through all conventional ideas of religious practice, of gaining something, of accumulating spiritual merit, to point directly at the heart of awakening. Bodhidharma is credited with bringing a tradition of direct, mind-to-mind transmission that was not dependent on the scriptures alone. When asked what he taught, he is said to have summarized his path in 4 famous lines: a special transmission outside the scriptures, not founded upon words and letters, directly pointing to the human mind, seeing into one's nature and attaining Buddhahood. In China, this radical tradition of direct experience became known as Chan Buddhism, and it was here that it truly began to blossom. In China, this Chan Buddhism blended in a remarkable way with the indigenous philosophical traditions, particularly Taoism. Taoism, with its deep emphasis on naturalness, on simplicity, on wu-wei, or effortless action, and harmony with the Tao, the flow of nature, found a natural resonance with the direct, experiential heart of Bodhidharma's teaching. This synthesis created a uniquely Chinese form of Buddhism, one that valued direct, lived experience far above abstract theory or textual knowledge. It was grounded, earthy, and deeply practical. Chan Buddhism flourished during China's Tang dynasty from the 7th to the 10th century. This is often considered the golden age of Chinese culture, and it was also the golden age of Chan. Great masters like Huineng, the 6th patriarch, Mazu, Linji, and Zhao Zhao developed distinctive, powerful, and often surprising teaching styles, employing shouts, unexpected answers, and direct challenges to break through their students' conceptual, habitual thinking. From China, this vibrant tradition was transmitted to Korea, where it became known as Seon, and later it made its way to Japan, primarily in the 12th century, where it became known as Zen. Each culture added its own unique flavor, its own aesthetic to the practice. In Japan, particularly, Zen profoundly influenced nearly every aspect of the culture, from architecture and garden design to pottery, painting, calligraphy, and even the most simple, everyday activities like serving tea or arranging flowers. It became the aesthetic and spiritual backbone of a way of life. Today, Zen has spread far beyond Asia, across the entire world, and it continues to evolve as it encounters new cultures, new challenges, new scientific understandings. It adapts while still maintaining its essential core focus on direct, unmediated experience. Zen adapts its forms and its practices to meet the needs of contemporary practitioners in thousands of diverse settings. It is a living tradition, still breathing, still pointing directly to the human mind. Within the Zen tradition, as it blossomed and took root in Japan, different schools emerged, each with its own distinct emphasis and its own unique approach to this path of awakening. In Japan, the two main, most prominent schools are Rinzai and Soto. There is also a third, smaller school called Baku, Rinzai Zen, which traces its lineage back to the Chinese master Linji, Rinzai in Japanese, emphasizes sudden, abrupt awakening. It makes extensive and rigorous use of koans, those paradoxical questions and statements we explored earlier. These koans are tools, precision-crafted, to break through the student's logical, conceptual thinking. In Rinzai training, the student might sit for years, wrestling with a single koan, such as, what is the sound of one hand clapping? If the Rinzai path is a sudden, sharp, confrontational assault on the gates of the rational mind, the breakthrough experience, called Kensho or Satori, is a moment of direct, unmediated insight into one's true, original nature. Soto Zen, founded by the great master Do General in the 13th century, emphasizes something quite different. Its central practice is shikantaza, a phrase that simply means just sitting. In Soto practice, there is no particular goal or technique other than just being fully, wholly present in the sitting posture. While Rinzai practice can often feel more dynamic, energetic, and confrontational, Soto practice tends to be more gentle, gradual, and profoundly quiet. Master Dogen taught that meditation, zazen, is not a means to become enlightened. Rather, it is the direct expression of the enlightenment that is already and always present. Practice and enlightenment, he insisted, are one and the same. You do not sit in order to become a Buddha. You sit as a Buddha. Baku Zen, the third and smallest of the schools, was introduced to Japan in the 17th century. It, in a way, blends the two. It incorporates elements of Pure Land Buddhism, including the chanting of the Buddha's name, Nembutsu, into its Zen practice. It retains the koan practice of Rinzai, but infuses it with a more devotional element. Despite these differences, in style, in emphasis, in technique, all schools of Zen share the same fundamental, core recognition that awakening is not something to be achieved in some distant future. It is not something to be gained from the outside. It is our natural, fundamental state. It is the way things already are when we finally stop obscuring this simple reality with our restless, anxious thinking and our constant striving. In this tradition, the relationship between teacher and student holds a truly special, central place. Unlike religious traditions that rely primarily on sacred texts or scriptures for their authority, Zen emphasizes direct transmission from person to person, what is sometimes called the warm hand to the warm hand transmission, or from heart-mind to heart-mind. This does not mean that Zen rejects the scriptures. Zen monasteries have extensive libraries, and monks study the Buddhist texts with great thoroughness. But Zen recognizes that intellectual understanding, reading a description of water, is not the same as the direct experience of drinking when you are thirsty. A book or a recording can provide an excellent map, but a living teacher is a guide, someone who has walked the path, who knows the terrain, and who can point out where you are right now. The traditional Zen lineage claims an unbroken succession of teachers going all the way back to the Buddha himself. The story goes that once, while giving a talk to a great assembly, instead of speaking, the Buddha simply and silently held up a single golden flower. The entire crowd was silent, confused, trying to understand what this meant. Only one disciple, the elder Mahakashyapa, looked at the flower, looked at the Buddha, and smiled. In that moment, the Buddha knew the transmission had occurred. This flower sermon is considered the very first transmission of Zen, a direct pointing, a heart-to-heart understanding, completely beyond words. This emphasis on lineage ensures that Zen remains a living tradition, rather than a fossilized set of historical ideas. Each generation of teachers brings their own fresh insight, while maintaining a deep, unbroken connection to the root teaching. As one Zen saying puts it, not the same, not different. The Zen teacher's role is not to give you answers. It is to create the conditions in which you can discover your own insight. This often involves lovingly frustrating the student's attempts to grasp Zen intellectually, or to use spiritual practice as just another way of improving or protecting the ego. A true Zen teacher is like a perfect, clear mirror. They simply reflect you back to yourself, without distortion, without judgment. The teacher might appear to be harsh. They might appear to be kind, challenging, or supportive, but their fundamental, compassionate concern is always for the student's total awakening, not for the student's temporary comfort. Finding an authentic teacher has traditionally been considered essential in Zen. While books and recordings can provide invaluable information, they cannot offer the kind of immediate, personal feedback, the challenging reflection that comes from working one-on-one with a living guide. However, as Zen has spread globally, new forms of practice and teaching have emerged to make this ancient tradition accessible to those who may not have access to traditional teachers or monasteries. At the very heart of Zen practice is Zazen, seated meditation. Unlike some forms of meditation that focus on achieving altered states of consciousness or cultivating particular blissful qualities, Zazen is often described with profound simplicity as just sitting. In Soto Zen, particularly, the emphasis is on shikantaza, just sitting, without any technique or goal or agenda. You simply take a stable, dignified posture, traditionally sitting cross-legged on a cushion, zafu, with the spine erect, but not stiff. Hands are held gently in your lap, forming a simple mudra or gesture. The eyes are kept open, but the gaze is lowered and soft, resting on the floor, about 3 or 4 feet in front of you. You just sit, and you are fully present with whatever arises. This sounds extremely simple, and It is, but it is not easy. Our minds are conditioned to be constantly busy, planning, remembering, fantasizing, worrying, judging. When we first sit in satsang, we discover just how restless, how chaotic our own minds actually are. It can be quite shocking to realize how rarely we are ever fully present for our own lives. In this practice of Zen meditation, we do not try to stop thinking. We do not try to empty the mind. That would just be another form of striving, another act of aggression against ourselves. Instead, we let the thoughts come, and we let them go. We don't serve them tea. When we notice, as we will thousands of times, that we have been carried away by a train of thought, we, very gently and without any judgment, simply return. We return our attention to the direct physical experience of sitting, the sensation of the air entering and leaving the body, the feeling of our posture, the simple sounds in the room. Over time, this simple practice of returning again and again starts to reveal something profound. It reveals that we are not our thoughts. There is a spacious, silent awareness that contains the thinking but is not defined by it. This awareness is already present, but it is usually overlooked as we get caught up in the content of our experience, rather than the silent, loving context in which it all occurs. The physical posture in Zazen is itself important. We sit with a quiet dignity, as if we are embodying the awakened state, rather than struggling to attain it somewhere in the future. As the Zen master Suzuki Roshi famously said, "You are perfect just as you are, and you could use a little improvement." This beautiful, humorous paradox captures the very essence of Zazen. We practice diligently, with commitment, while recognizing that the peace, the wholeness we are seeking is already fully present in this very breath. Zazen is traditionally practiced in periods of 25 to 45 minutes, often with a slow, mindful, walking meditation called Kinhin in between. In monasteries, monks might sit for many hours each day, but for lay people, even a regular daily practice of 20 or 30 minutes can be truly transformative. While the formal practice of Zazen provides a crucial foundation, Zen, ultimately, is not confined to the meditation cushion. The awareness, the presence, cultivated in sitting, is meant to extend to all activities. As another Zen saying puts it, Zen is not some kind of excitement, but concentration on our usual, everyday routine. The ultimate aim of Zen practice is not to have special, quiet experiences during meditation. It is to bring the qualities of that awareness, that presence, that compassion into our everyday life. This is sometimes called carrying the Zendo meditation hall with you, taking the qualities cultivated in formal practice out into all your activities. One way Zen practitioners work with this is through mindful attention to the most simple everyday tasks, cooking, cleaning, gardening, even using the bathroom. All of these become rich opportunities for practice. This isn't about trying to make these activities special or spiritual. It is about simply being fully present for them, just as they are. There is a famous Zen story about a monk who asked his teacher, "How do you practice Zen?" The teacher replied, "When I am hungry, I eat. When I am tired, I sleep." The monk, confused, responded, "But that's what everyone does. How is that practice?" The teacher smiled and said, "No, it isn't. Most people, when they eat, are not eating. They are thinking about 100 other things. Most people, when they sleep, are not sleeping. They are dreaming of 1,000 other things. They do not just eat. They do not just sleep." This simple story highlights the profound difference between simply performing actions and being fully present for them. Most of us move through our days on a kind of autopilot, lost in a dense fog of thoughts about the past or plans for the future. Rarely do we experience the simple, direct richness of the present moment. Zen practice is a gentle invitation to wake up from this trance and discover the simple aliveness that is available in our ordinary, everyday experience. This doesn't require changing what we do, just how we do it, with full, undivided awareness, rather than a scattered, divided attention. The Vietnamese Zen teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, developed the concept of mindfulness bells, using everyday cues like a ringing telephone or a red traffic light as reminders to return to our breath, to return to present moment awareness. Any recurring event in your day can serve this purpose. The sound of a kettle boiling, the feeling of your feet on the floor when you stand up, walking through a doorway, each one becomes a gentle, silent invitation to come back, to be present. By bringing this Zen meditation awareness into these small, ordinary moments, we begin to create islands of presence, islands of sanity, in the middle of the often chaotic sea of distraction. Zen has had a profound, quiet influence on the arts, not just in Japan, but touching creative hearts worldwide. The Zen approach to creativity is fundamentally different from the Western idea of self-expression. In fact, it is about getting the self out of the way. It is about allowing something more universal, more essential to emerge through you. In traditional Zen arts, like calligraphy, painting, or pottery, years and years of rigorous technical training are absolutely required. You must master the tool, master the form, but the final, crucial step is always to let go of the technique, to forget the rules, to allow a spontaneous, living expression to flow. It is only when the artist, as a separate, striving ego, disappears, that true, living art emerges. This paradox is captured in the concept of the controlled accident. The Zen-influenced artist is not trying to impose their will upon the materials. They are not forcing the clay, or the ink, or the sound. Instead, they are in a dialogue with the materials, working with their inherent qualities, listening to them, allowing and trusting that something unexpected and true will emerge. A potter doesn't force a pot into a perfect, rigid shape. The pot emerges from a conversation between the clay, the potter's hands, and the silent turning of the wheel. Zen-influenced arts often celebrate imperfection and the passage of time. A crack in a cherished tea bowl is not hidden in shame. It might be lovingly mended with gold. Kintsugi, the crack is highlighted, honored as part of the bowl's unique history. It is more beautiful because it was broken. This aesthetic reflects the core Zen insights about the nature of reality itself. The influence of Zen on creativity extends far beyond traditional Asian arts. Artists and writers, as diverse as the composer John Cage, with his use of silence and chants, the painter Agnes Martin, with her quiet, contemplative grids, and the beat poets of the 1950 seconds, with their emphasis on spontaneity and direct, unfiltered experience, all have drawn deep inspiration from Zen. For anyone engaged in any creative work, Zen offers these valuable, liberating insights. The emphasis on process over the outcome, on allowing rather than forcing, on working with rather than against the material. And most importantly, Zen reminds us that creativity is not something we possess, it is something we participate in. When we can just get out of our own way. In traditional Zen monasteries, work, called samu, is considered an essential, non-negotiable part of practice. It is not seen as separate from meditation. Monks engage in cooking, cleaning, sweeping the paths, gardening, and maintaining the buildings, all with the exact same mindful attention they bring to formal, seated meditation. This approach to work offers a stark, profound contrast to many modern attitudes, which often see work as merely a means to an end, something we endure, Monday to Friday, to earn money for the real living that we hope happens on the weekend. Zen suggests that any activity, no matter how mundane, when approached with full, undivided awareness, can be a powerful vehicle for awakening. The key is to focus on the work itself in this very moment, rather than on its results, its rewards, or what it will get you. When we are fully engaged in a task, giving it our complete, undivided attention, something profound shifts. The boundary between the worker and the work dissolves. We enter what modern psychologists now call a flow state, a condition of optimal, effortless experience where we are completely, joyfully absorbed in what we are doing. This is Samu. The Zen master, Thich Nhat Hanh, suggests using the breath as a simple, powerful anchor while working. Breathing in, I know I am sweeping the floor. Breathing out, I am only sweeping the floor. This simple practice helps prevent our minds from wandering into anxious worries about the future or old ruminations about the past. It keeps us grounded in the simple, direct reality of the present moment task. Another Zen approach to work involves doing one thing at a time. In a culture that celebrates and demands multitasking, Zen gently reminds us that our attention is inherently limited. When we try to do multiple things simultaneously, we often do none of them well. We scatter our energy and deplete our mental resources in the process. By giving our full, gentle, undivided attention to one task before moving to the next, we not only produce better, clearer results, but we experience a far greater sense of calm and satisfaction. The mind becomes more settled, less scattered. We might, paradoxically, get more done with less effort, simply because we are not wasting our precious energy switching between tasks or recovering from constant digital distractions. Perhaps most fundamentally, Zen invites us to reconsider the very purpose of our work. Beyond just earning a living, work can be a way of contributing to the well-being of all life. It can be a way of expressing our deepest, quietest values, and it can be a way of developing ourselves as human beings. When work is approached in this spirit, even the most seemingly mundane tasks become profoundly meaningful. While Zen is often associated primarily with meditation and profound philosophical insights, it also contains deep, unshakable ethical dimensions. These ethics, however, are not based on a list of commandments from a divine, external authority. They do not emerge from a fear of punishment or the hope of a future reward. Instead, Zen ethics emerge naturally from the direct core realization of our profound interdependence and the direct, unmediated experience of compassion. In traditional Buddhist contexts, ethics are discussed in terms of precepts. These are guidelines for skillful speech and action that support and protect awakening. They are not seen as rigid, absolute rules handed down from above, but rather as expressions of wisdom and compassion that we gradually and naturally internalize through our practice. The most basic foundational precepts include to refrain from killing or causing harm, to refrain from stealing or taking what is not given, to refrain from sexual misconduct or using desire to harm, to refrain from false speech or lying, and to refrain from clouding the mind with intoxicants. These are not followed out of a reluctant obedience, but from a growing, clear recognition that actions which harm others ultimately and inevitably harm ourselves, because we are not separate from the great, seamless web of life. To harm another is to harm the whole. In Zen, these precepts are often approached in a positive rather than a prohibitive way. Instead of "do not kill," we might speak of "I vow to cultivate reverence for all life." Instead of "do not lie," we might emphasize "I vow to speak only what is true and kind." This subtle but profound shift helps us see the precepts not as heavy restrictions on our freedom, but as the joyful, natural expressions of our own clear, awakened nature. Beyond these specific guidelines, Zen ethics emphasize a responsive, living wisdom, the compassionate and appropriate response to the unique, unrepeatable circumstances of this moment. What is helpful in one context might be harmful in another. This requires deep, present moment awareness rather than a blind adherence to fixed rules from the past. Robert Aitken Roshi, an influential American Zen teacher, wrote in his The Zen of Social Action, the Buddha way is not about developing a social consciousness. It is about revealing the social consciousness that has been there from the very beginning. This perspective challenges conventional religious morality, which often emphasizes obedience, and secular relativism, which may reduce ethics to mere personal preference. Zen suggests that there are deep ethical truths, but they are discovered through the direct personal realization of our interconnected nature, rather than through abstract reasoning or by appealing to an external authority. This has profound practical implications. Rather than asking, what rule should I follow in this situation, a Zen approach might ask, what action right now would best express clear seeing and boundless compassion in this moment? This doesn't make ethical decisions simpler. In fact, it often reveals their profound complexity, but it grounds our ethics in direct, lived experience rather than in abstract, borrowed principles. One beautiful manifestation of Zen ethics is the Bodhisattva vow, the profound core commitment to work for the liberation and awakening of all beings. This vow expresses the deep, direct recognition that my well-being and your well-being are not separate, that the suffering of others is not fundamentally different from my own. It is not a matter of sacrificing oneself for others. It is the simple, joyful recognition that the division between self and other is ultimately an illusion. Relationships provide some of our life's greatest joys and often our most challenging difficulties. They are also incredibly fertile ground for spiritual practice. Zen offers insights that can truly transform how we relate to others, whether in intimate partnerships, family relationships, friendships, or our wider community connections. One core Zen teaching, as we've heard, is that there is no separate self. When we begin to truly understand this, not just intellectually, but in our bones, we recognize that the hard, fixed boundaries we perceive between me and you are much more fluid, much more permeable than we typically assume. This doesn't mean we lose our individuality. It means we see our individuality in a much larger, interconnected context, like a single, unique leaf that is, at the same time, inseparable from the tree. From this perspective, the common, unconscious question, what can I get from this relationship, gently shifts to, How can this relationship help all involved to flourish, to awaken, rather than seeing relationships as transactions where we try to maximize benefits and minimize costs? For me, we can approach them as shared journeys of growth, discovery, and awakening. Zen practice also helps us to become more fully present in our relationships. How often are we physically with someone, but mentally 1,000 miles away, thinking about work, planning dinner, replaying an old argument, or scrolling through social media? This divided, fractured attention prevents any genuine connection. When we bring simple, mindful awareness to our interactions, something deeper becomes possible. A simple, profound practice for mindful communication is to truly listen when others speak. Most of us listen partially at best. We are busy formulating our response while the other person is still talking. We are listening in order to reply, not in order to understand. Zen suggests listening completely, giving your full, undivided, loving attention to understanding not just the words, but the person speaking them, the feelings beneath the words. When we listen in this deep, spacious way, people feel truly seen, truly heard, and that simple act of being fully heard is, in itself, one of the most deeply healing gifts we can offer another human being. Another valuable Zen approach to relationships involves non-attachment to our fixed, rigid ideas about others. We all have a tendency to create these mental images, these files, on the people in our lives. She is always critical. He never listens. They are so self-centered. These images, these stories, might contain a grain of truth, but they also imprison the other person. They limit our ability to see them freshly in this moment and to recognize their infinite capacity for change and growth. By gently letting go of these fixed, heavy notions and meeting others with Shoshin, a beginner's mind, a mind that is open, curious, and free from preconceptions, we create the space for genuine encounter, for surprise, and for growth. This doesn't mean we ignore problematic behaviors. It means we address them without reducing the entire person to only those behaviors. Perhaps most importantly, Zen reminds us that our interactions with others reveal our own mind states as much as they do anything about the other person. When we are deeply irritated by someone's behavior, the irritation is arising in our consciousness. By simply noticing our own reactions, our own judgments, our own triggers, without immediately acting on them, we gain profound insight into our own conditioned patterns, and we create a crucial, spacious choice in how we respond. This internal awareness, this self-knowledge, is the true foundation of any skillful and compassionate relationship. As we become more conscious of our own reactions, projections, desires, and fears, we bring infinitely more clarity, freedom, and love to all of our interactions with others. Conflict is an inevitable and natural part of human life, whether between individuals, within families, or communities. Differences in needs, in values, in perceptions will naturally lead to tension. Zen does not offer a magic way to eliminate conflict entirely, but it provides profound insights that can help us approach it with far greater wisdom and compassion. One key Zen insight is that conflict often escalates and becomes toxic. When we become identified with our positions, we mistake our opinion for ourselves. A disagreement about an idea becomes a personal attack, a threat to our very identity or our self-worth. From this reactive, defensive state, we cannot listen. We can only defend or attack, and a peaceful resolution becomes impossible. Zen practice gently helps us to recognize that our opinions, our positions, our beliefs, while they may be important, they are not who we are. By holding them more lightly, like holding a handful of water, not a heavy rock, we create a crucial space for genuine dialogue. We can listen to differing viewpoints without feeling personally threatened, and we can advocate for our own perspective without needing to win at all costs. Another valuable Zen approach is to look beneath the surface-level positions, to listen for the underlying needs and concerns that are driving them. Often, two people with seemingly opposite, entrenched positions actually share the very same common needs. One person may demand, "We must have absolute silence." Another demands, "I must be free to play my music." The positions are in direct conflict, but the underlying needs might be, "I need peace" and "I need joy." By focusing on these deeper, shared human needs, rather than the surface disagreements, we can often find creative, compassionate solutions that address everyone's essential requirements. Zen also encourages us to be intimately attentive to the physical and emotional sensations that arise within our own bodies during conflict. When we feel threatened or attacked, our bodies respond instantly. The heart beats faster, the breath becomes shallow, the stomach tightens, muscles tense for a fight. By noticing these ancient, automatic reactions without being controlled by them, perhaps just taking one conscious, deep breath or feeling our feet on the floor, we can access more of our intelligence, our clarity, and our compassion. We can respond instead of just reacting. Sometimes the wisest response to conflict is to create space, to pause rather than react immediately. As one Zen saying puts it, "When in doubt, don't." A period of quiet reflection, perhaps including meditation or walking, can allow for a more considered, wise response rather than a reactive, harmful one. Perhaps most fundamentally, Zen approaches conflict with a clear, unwavering recognition of our shared humanity and our profound interdependence. Even those with whom we most strongly disagree are just like us, seeking happiness and trying to avoid suffering. This basic, compassionate recognition doesn't automatically resolve all our differences, but it provides a foundation of respect that makes a wise and peaceful resolution finally possible. The relationship between Zen practice and mental health is both complex and nuanced. It is crucial to say that Zen is not a replacement for professional mental health care when that is needed, and yet its insights and its core practices can contribute significantly to our psychological well-being. At its very heart, Zen offers a profound and practical understanding of the human mind, how it works, how it creates so much of our suffering, and how it can be transformed through gentle, sustained meditation and mindful attention to our daily activities. Through this practice, we learn to observe our thoughts and emotions without being completely identified with them, without being controlled by them. This capacity for mindful observation creates what psychologists now call metacognitive awareness. It is the simple but revolutionary ability to see our thoughts rather than just seeing from them. This awareness gives us a profound, new choice in how we respond to our own minds, rather than reacting to them automatically. For example, when a wave of anxiety arises, instead of being completely lost in the story, "I am anxious, something is wrong," we can learn to notice with kindness, the feeling of anxiety is present right now. This simple shift creates space. Similarly, when negative self-talk emerges, "I am not good enough, I always fail," we can learn to recognize these as thoughts, conditioned, habitual, passing mental events, rather than as absolute, unchanging truths about who we are. Zen practice also helps us develop a greater, kinder acceptance of our difficult experiences, rather than fighting against uncomfortable emotions or trying to escape them through endless distraction. We learn to be with them with a gentle, compassionate curiosity. This doesn't mean passively enduring suffering. It means meeting our pain in a way that does not amplify it or prolong it, with a second layer of resistance and self-judgment. The concept of non-attachment in Zen is particularly valuable for mental health. So many of our psychological difficulties involve becoming overly attached to certain thoughts, to rigid self-concepts, or to fixed, desired outcomes. When life inevitably doesn't match our rigid mental blueprints, we suffer. By holding our thoughts and our expectations more lightly, we become more flexible, more resilient in the face of life's inevitable changes and challenges. Zen's Gentle emphasis on this present moment can be especially helpful for those of us struggling with rumination or worry, mental patterns that keep us trapped in replaying the past or anxiously rehearsing the future. By gently and repeatedly returning our attention to the present, to the simple facts of this breath, this body, we interrupt these unproductive, exhausting thought cycles, and we reconnect with the direct, simple experience of being alive right now. For those dealing with specific mental health conditions, Zen-inspired approaches like mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, and acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, have been clinically validated as highly effective treatments. These approaches beautifully combine traditional Zen insights with modern, evidence-based psychological understanding to address conditions like depression, anxiety, and stress-related disorders. It is very important, however, to note that Zen practice and deep meditation is not appropriate for everyone at all times. People experiencing acute psychosis, severe, deep depression, or other serious mental health crises may need other, more stabilizing forms of support before meditation becomes helpful. And even for those for whom meditation is generally beneficial, certain difficult, traumatic emotions or memories may arise during practice that require the additional skilled support of a trained therapist or counselor. The wisest and safest approach is to see Zen practice and professional mental health care not as alternatives, but as potentially complementary resources. Many people find that combining gentle, mindful practice with good therapy provides the most comprehensive and compassionate support for their psychological well-being. As Zen has traveled from the East to the West, from ancient, traditional contexts into our fast-paced, modern, secular world, it has both transformed and been transformed. Today, Zen practices and Zen insights are being applied in settings the ancient masters could never possibly have imagined. From corporate boardrooms to scientific laboratories, from prison cells to hospital wards, from professional sports teams to elementary schools, this widespread adaptation raises important and complex questions about cultural appropriation, about authenticity, and about the very essence of Zen. Is Zen still Zen when it is removed from its traditional Asian and Buddhist context? What elements are essential to preserve, and what can be skillfully modified to fit new, modern cultural environments? There is, of course, no simple, single answer to these questions, but we can observe some of the powerful ways Zen is evolving in our modern world. One of the most significant developments is the secularization of Zen practices, particularly meditation programs like mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, and, as we've mentioned, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, have skillfully extracted meditation techniques from their traditional religious context and presented them in secular, scientific, and therapeutic frameworks. This secularization has made these powerful practices accessible to aliens who might otherwise be uncomfortable with the religious elements of classical Buddhism. It has also opened the door to a vast and growing body of scientific research on the effects of meditation, with thousands of studies documenting its tangible benefits for both physical and mental health. However, some critics, both inside and outside the tradition, argue that this approach risks reducing Zen to merely a self-improvement technique, a tool for stress reduction or enhanced productivity, while losing the deeper, transformative, spiritual, and ethical dimensions of the complete path. Another modern development is the democratization of Zen. Traditionally, Zen was practiced primarily by monks and nuns in monasteries. Lay people often had limited access to the deeper core teachings. Today, Zen centers, retreats, and programs are available to people of all backgrounds, regardless of their ability or desire to commit to a monastic life. Technology has also profoundly influenced modern Zen practice. Meditation apps, online courses, streaming Dharma talks, and virtual Sanghas communities make Zen resources available to people who might not have access to local, in-person teachers or groups. These digital adaptations offer incredible convenience and accessibility, but they may also lack the direct person-to-person transmission, the warm hand-to-warm hand energy that has been so central to the Zen tradition. As Zen continues to evolve in our modern world, the great challenge is to preserve its essential, transformative insights and its profound integrity, while also allowing it to take new, skillful forms appropriate to our unique cultural contexts. It requires a delicate, mindful balance, neither clinging rigidly to ancient, traditional forms, nor diluting the practice to the point where its radical, liberating potential is lost. One of the most distinctive and fascinating aspects of Zen practice, particularly in the Rinzai tradition, is the rigorous use of koans. These are enigmatic, paradoxical questions, statements, or short, baffling stories. They are designed to propel the student beyond the limits of logical thinking into the realm of direct, unmediated insight. A koan is not a riddle with a clever, witty solution. It is not a philosophical problem to be figured out, and it is not just nonsense designed to frustrate the intellect, though it most certainly does do that. Rather, a koan is a precision tool, a spiritual scalpel. It is crafted to create a very particular and profound internal crisis, a crisis of meaning, a crisis that, when fully and deeply experienced, can shatter our habitual view of reality and open into a breakthrough. Famous koans include: what is the sound of one hand clapping? What was your original face before your parents were born? A dog, does it have Buddha nature? To which the master replies, mu, a word that simply means no or not. And, as we have heard, if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. When a student is given a koan, they are expected to meditate on it, day and night, to bring their whole being, their breath, their body, their mind, to this one impossible question. The mind's usual approaches: logical analysis, metaphorical interpretation, philosophical speculation, all of them fail. They shatter against the koan, and that is precisely the point. The koan is designed to exhaust all of the mind's usual, habitual strategies, to bring the rational, linear mind to a state of great doubt, a place of profound and total not knowing, where one's entire framework of understanding the world is called into question. In this state of pure, empty, not knowing, something new can finally emerge, a direct, non-conceptual insight. The Japanese term for this breakthrough is satori, or kensho, a moment of seeing directly into one's true nature, beyond all concepts and all constructions. In traditional Rinzai training, the student meets regularly with the teacher in a private, intense interview called dokusan. Here, they must present their living understanding of the koan. The teacher can discern in an instant whether the student has had a genuine, embodied insight or is still trapped in conceptual, intellectual thinking. No explanation, no interpretation, however brilliant, will ever satisfy the teacher. Only when the student embodies the truth of the koan, when they become the koan, will the teacher recognize and confirm their realization. Once a student has passed one koan, they are immediately given another. In traditional training, a student might work through hundreds of koans over many, many years, each one addressing different, subtle aspects of awakening and its clear expression in daily life. The koan tradition highlights a key aspect of Zen, that ultimate truth cannot be captured in concepts. It cannot be conveyed through words and letters. It must be directly experienced. As the famous Zen saying puts it, do not mistake the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself. All teachings, all scriptures, all koans are merely pointers. They are fingers pointing to a reality that transcends all language. This doesn't mean that Zen is anti-intellectual or opposed to rational thought. It simply recognizes both the value and the ultimate limitations of conceptual understanding. Concepts are useful, necessary tools for navigating the relative world, but they can never capture the absolute. The koan practice helps us recognize when we are mistaking our conceptual maps for the living, breathing territory itself in our modern world, where we are constantly bombarded with information, data, and explanations. The koan offers a radical, refreshing alternative, an invitation to rest in not knowing, to become comfortable with mystery, and to discover what lies beyond all our conceptual constructions of reality. Zen teachings are often transmitted not through abstract philosophical statements, but through simple, direct stories. Stories that feature interactions between masters and students, highlighting moments of awakening or illustrating the key, subtle aspects of Zen wisdom. Let us explore a few of these classic Zen stories and their deep, quiet meanings. A university professor, a man of great learning and intellectual status, came to visit a famous elderly Zen master to inquire about Zen, while the master quietly and gracefully prepared and served tea. The professor talked and talked. He talked about all the books he had read on Zen, his own theories, his own complex understanding of its philosophy. The master listened patiently. As he poured the tea into the visitor's cup, he filled the cup to the brim, and then he kept pouring. The hot tea overflowed, spilling all over the table. The professor watched the overflow until he could no longer restrain himself. "Stop," he shouted. "The cup is completely full. No more will go in." The master stopped pouring, looked calmly at the professor, and said, "Like this cup, you are full. You are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" This simple, famous story illustrates a fundamental and absolute requirement for any deep learning: the willingness to set aside our preconceptions, to approach a subject with shoshin, a beginner's mind, when we are already full of our own ideas, our judgments, our fixed beliefs. There is no room for any new, true understanding to enter. The tea is the wisdom, but it cannot be received into a cup that is already full. Here is another: a person traveling across a wide, open field suddenly encountered a ferocious, hungry tiger. The person fled, the tiger chasing close behind, coming to a terrible precipice, a sheer cliff. The person caught hold of the root of a wild vine and swung down over the edge. The tiger sniffed and snarled at them from above. Trembling, the person looked down to where, far, far below, another tiger was waiting, looking up to eat them. Only the vine sustained them. Then 2 mice, one white and one black, appeared and began, little by little, to gnaw away at the vine. The person saw at that very moment a single, luscious, ripe strawberry growing near them on the cliff face. Grasping the vine with one hand, they plucked the strawberry with the other. How sweet it tasted. This vivid, stark story captures the entire human condition with a breathtaking economy. The tiger above is the past. We are fleeing from our regrets, our memories. The tiger below is the future. We are dreading our fears, our anxieties. The mice, one white day, one black night, are the relentless passing of time, which is, little by little, gnawing away at the vine of our life. Yet, in the midst of this precarious, impossible situation, there is a strawberry, the present moment, in all of its potential, richness, its directness, its aliveness. The story does not deny the reality of the danger. It does not deny the inevitability of death. Rather, it suggests that even in the most difficult, terrifying circumstances, the present moment, this moment, offers the possibility of genuine, full appreciation. The person's ability to fully taste the strawberry represents our profound human capacity to be present, even amid all of our difficulty. Two monks were arguing about a flag flapping wildly in the wind. One monk said, "Look, the flag is moving." The other insisted, "No, you are wrong. The wind is moving. The flag is only following." They argued back and forth. Flag, wind. A great passing master happened to be walking by and overheard their debate. He stopped and said to them, "It is not the wind. It is not the flag. It is mind that is moving." This famous story moves through three distinct levels of understanding. The first monk sees the most obvious, surface perception, the object, the flag. The second monk has a subtler, more scientific view, recognizing the unseen cause, the wind. But the master points to something even more fundamental, that both the flag and the wind and the entire experience are happening within consciousness. Without a perceiving mind, there would be no experience of flag or wind at all. The story invites us to look beyond surface appearances to the deeper, fundamental nature of experience itself. All perception happens within mind. Here is another. The Zen master, Daigu, would call out to himself every single day. First, he would call, "Old friend," and then he would answer himself in a strong voice, "Yes, I am here." Then he would say, "Be awake, be alert, today," and he would answer, "Yes, sir, I will, I will." Then he would add, "Do not be deceived by others, any day, any time," and he would answer, "No, no, I will not." This humorous, simple story highlights the profound, intimate practice of self-awareness. Daigu's daily dialogue with himself represents the active, living practice of mindfulness, the capacity to observe our own thoughts, our own emotions, our own actions, rather than being completely, unconsciously identified with them. By calling himself old friend and then responding, Daigu embodies both the aspect of awareness that can observe, the witness, and that which is observed, the contents of consciousness. His self-admonishment, "Be alert," shows the ongoing, continuous, daily nature of this practice. It is not a one-time realization. It is a continuous, moment-to-moment of process, of remembering to be awake. And one more. There, once, was a Zen master named Isai, who lived in a small town in Japan. He was deeply and greatly honored by all for his pure, simple life, and many people came to him for his quiet teachings. Then one day, a beautiful young girl who lived nearby became pregnant. Her angry, ashamed parents demanded to know who the father was. At first, the girl refused to confess, but after much harassment and fear, she named the master Azai. In a great, righteous anger, the parents stormed to the master's hut. They berated him in front of all his students and neighbors, shouting, "You are a fraud, a hypocrite. This is your child." Isai's only reply was, "Is that so?" After the child was born, it was brought in disgrace to Isai. By this time, he had lost his reputation completely. His students had abandoned him, but he took the child and he cared for it with great, tender love, finding milk and everything else the little one needed from his neighbors, who now scorned him. A year passed. The young mother, the girl, could stand the guilt no longer. She finally told her parents the truth, that the real father was a young man who worked in the town's fish market. The mother and father were horrified. They at once rushed to Isai's hut to beg his forgiveness, to apologize at length, profusely, and to get the child back. Isai was willing, as he gently yielded the child. All he said was, "Is that so?" This powerful, quiet story illustrates several key Zen principles. Isai's simple response, "Is that so?" shows a mind utterly free from reactivity. He neither defends his reputation nor expresses anger at the false accusation. He doesn't cling to good reputation or run from bad reputation. His willingness to care for the child demonstrates profound, silent compassion in action, putting the child's needs far above any concern for his own reputation. The story challenges our normal, anxious fixation on how we are perceived by others and our desperate, habitual tendency to defend ourselves against criticism. Isai's profound equanimity in the face of both total condemnation and, later, total praise shows a mind that is truly free from the 8 worldly winds that typically buffet our emotional state: praise and blame, gain and loss, pleasure and pain, fame and disrepute. He was simply free. Zen is often portrayed as a stripped-down, minimalist form of Buddhism, focused almost exclusively on direct, personal experience, rather than on elaborate cosmology or metaphysics. And while this emphasis on immediacy is certainly characteristic of Zen, it does not mean that Zen lacks: profound or vast philosophical dimensions. One of the most important and vast philosophical foundations of Zen is the concept of the Dharmakaya. This is often translated as the cosmic body of the Buddha, or, more simply, the body of truth. This does not refer to the physical, historical body of Siddhartha Gautama. It refers to the ultimate nature of reality itself, the unmanifest, boundless ground of all being. In Mahayana Buddhism, the tradition from which Zen emerged, the Buddha is understood to have 3 bodies, or 3 aspects. This is the Trikaya. First is the Nirmanakaya, the transformation body. This is the physical, historical Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, who lived, taught, and died in India. The Buddha as a human teacher, the physical form. Second is the Sambhogakaya, the body of mutual enjoyment, or the bliss body. This is the Buddha, as experienced in deep Buddhist meditation, in visions, in dreams. It is the archetypal, radiant, non-physical manifestation of awakening. And third is the Dharmakaya, the truth body. This is the ultimate, formless, timeless reality, the Buddha nature. That is the true, essential nature of all things. It is beyond all conceptualization, all form, all time. The Dharmakaya is not separate from the world of form. It is the very essence of all form. It is like the vast, deep, silent ocean in relation to the waves. Each wave, each person, each thought, each object is a temporary, fleeting expression, Nirmanakaya, of the one underlying ocean. Dharmakaya, the wave, is nothing but water, or it is like the vast, infinite silence of this room. My voice, any sound, is a temporary form that arises from the silence, dances for a moment, and dissolves back into the silence. The Dharmakaya is that fundamental, boundless silence that allows all sound, all form to be. This understanding relates directly to the teaching of shunyata, or emptiness, the teaching that everything that exists does so interdependently. Nothing has any fixed, separate, independent essence. This emptiness of a separate self-nature is not a nihilistic void. It is the Dharmakaya. It is the infinite potential, the boundless freedom from which all forms arise. In everyday Zen practice, the Dharmakaya is not something to be sought out there in the cosmos. It is not a distant, metaphysical idea. It is recognized as the very nature of this present moment, the suchness or thusness, tathata, of reality. What is right here, when it is perceived directly, without the filters of our conceptual, judging, thinking, as the great Zen master Do General put it so perfectly. If you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it? This teaching points to the Dharmakaya not as distant or separate, but as the very living breathing fabric of our immediate experience when it is seen with clarity and with love. One way to understand Zen, and perhaps all of spiritual life, is as a response to a vast, cosmic, and often humorous game of hide and seek, a game that we are all playing with ourselves. The game begins with our true nature. Call it Buddha nature, or Dharmakaya, or the universe. This boundless, infinite, seamless consciousness, hiding from itself. How does it hide? By pretending to be you, by pretending to be me. In this grand, cosmic game, the infinite, boundless awareness pretends to forget what it is. It takes on the intricate, convincing disguise of being a separate, limited individual, a person with a name, a personal history, a unique personality, a collection of fears and desires, located inside a physical body and feeling, fundamentally separate from the rest of the universe. This disguise, this masquerade, is so convincing that we completely and totally forget. It is a game, we believe, with absolute, unshakable conviction that we are these separate, limited entities, and this single belief, this case of mistaken identity, becomes the fertile soil from which all our suffering grows. From this core sense of being a separate me comes fear, because me can be hurt, comes desire, because me is lacking, comes competition, loneliness, and anxiety. The Buddha's awakening was simply the moment he found himself. He remembered the game. He saw right through the disguise. He woke up inside the dream. He remembered his true, boundless nature, not as a separate individual named Siddhartha, but as the boundless, loving awareness in which the entire experience of Siddhartha was arising. This realization didn't make him less human. It allowed him to be fully, joyfully human without the heavy constrictions and the deep, anxious suffering that comes from mistaken identity. Zen practice, this guided meditation, this simple act of listening, is essentially about seeing through this cosmic masquerade. We are gently remembering our true nature. We are discovering that what we have been so desperately seeking, peace, wholeness, freedom, love, is, in fact, what we actually are when we just stop pretending to be something less. In this light, enlightenment is not the achievement of some special, superhuman state. It is not the acquisition of supernatural powers. It is simply the recognition of what has always been the case. It is waking up from a dream in which we were playing a very limited and often very frightened character. The awakening doesn't destroy the character. We still have our personalities, our bodies, our unique preferences, and our relationships, but we no longer mistake the character for our fundamental identity. We can play our human role with infinitely more freedom, creativity, humor, and compassion, because we are no longer trapped in it. As the Zen saying so perfectly states, before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. The outer activities do not change, but our relationship to them, our experience of them, is transformed completely and forever. In recent decades, a fascinating and deeply fruitful dialogue has opened up between the ancient insights of Zen and the rigorous findings of modern Western science. While Zen and science arise from very different cultural contexts and employ radically different methods, they can be seen not as adversaries, but as complementary approaches, two different ways of exploring the profound nature of reality. One area of the most active overlap is the scientific investigation of consciousness and its intricate relationship to the brain. Neuroscience has made tremendous progress in mapping the neural correlates of various mental states, including those associated with meditation and even deep sleep. Studies using fMRI scanners have shown measurable, repeatable, structural changes in the brains of long-term meditation practitioners, changes in areas related to attention, emotional regulation, and compassion. This is neuroplasticity. It provides tangible, physical evidence for the Zen claim that sustained, dedicated practice can and does fundamentally transform to the mind. However, science still faces what philosophers call the hard problem of consciousness. How do purely physical processes in the brain, neurons firing, chemicals moving, give rise to subjective, qualitative, first-person experience, the feeling of sadness, the taste of a strawberry, the sound of my voice, the experience of being you here? Zen offers a radical perspective that challenges the most basic assumptions of the scientific approach. Rather than seeing consciousness as a product of the brain, like steam rising from a kettle, Zen suggests that consciousness is fundamental, that physical reality, including the brain itself, appears within consciousness, not the other way around. This view aligns in intriguing ways with certain interpretations of quantum physics, which suggests that at the very subatomic, foundational level, the observer plays a crucial, undeniable role in the manifestation of physical reality. The famous double-slit experiment demonstrates that the very act of observation fundamentally affects what is observed, calling into deep question the strict, solid, subject-object division that classical science has always assumed. Another profound area of resonance between Zen and science is the understanding of interdependence. Ecology, systems theory, and network science. All powerfully emphasize the interconnected, web-like nature of all phenomena. They show how elements of any complex system, a rainforest, an economy, a living cell, cannot ever be truly understood in isolation. This scientific perspective on deep, radical interdependence is a perfect, modern echo of the core Buddhist teaching of pratitya samutpada, or dependent origination, the teaching that nothing exists independently. Everything arises only in profound, intricate relation to everything else. Climate science, especially, has made it painfully, undeniably clear how human activities in one place affect the entire planetary system, underscoring our absolute embeddedness in the web of life. The dialogue between Zen and science can benefit both traditions. For Zen, science can help to distinguish genuine, core insights from ancient cultural superstitions. For science, Zen offers a rigorous, time-tested, first-person methodology for investigating the very consciousness that does the investigating. Rather than seeing them as competing accounts of reality, we might view them as two different, powerful languages, both attempting to describe the same vast, mysterious ocean. While Zen is often associated primarily with meditation and profound philosophical insights, it also contains deep, unshakable ethical dimensions. These ethics, however, are not based on a list of commandments from a divine, external authority. They do not emerge from a fear of punishment or the hope of a future reward. Instead, Zen ethics emerge naturally from the direct, core realization of our profound interdependence and the direct, unmediated experience of compassion. In traditional Buddhist contexts, ethics are discussed in terms of precepts. These are guidelines for skillful speech and action that support and protect awakening. They are not seen as rigid, absolute rules handed down from above, but rather as expressions of wisdom and compassion that we gradually and naturally internalize through our practice. The most basic, foundational precepts include to refrain from killing or causing harm, to refrain from stealing or taking what is not given, to refrain from sexual misconduct or using desire to harm, to refrain from false speech or lying, and to refrain from clouding the mind with intoxicants. These are not followed out of a reluctant obedience, but from a growing, clear recognition that actions which harm others ultimately and inevitably harm ourselves, because we are not separate from the great, seamless web of life. To harm another is to harm the whole. In Zen, these precepts are often approached in a positive rather than a prohibitive way. Instead of "do not kill," we might speak of "I vow to cultivate reverence for all life." Instead of "do not lie," we might emphasize "I vow to speak only what is true and kind." This subtle but profound shift helps us see the precepts not as heavy restrictions on our freedom, but as the joyful, natural expressions of our own clear, awakened nature. Beyond these specific guidelines, Zen ethics emphasize a responsive, living wisdom, the compassionate and appropriate response to the unique, unrepeatable circumstances of this moment. What is helpful in one context might be harmful in another. This requires deep, present moment awareness, rather than a blind adherence to fixed rules from the past. Robert Aitken Roshi, an influential American Zen teacher, wrote in his The Zen of Social Action, "The Buddha way is not about developing a social consciousness. It is about revealing the social consciousness that has been there from the very beginning." This perspective challenges conventional religious morality, which often emphasizes obedience, and secular relativism, which may reduce ethics to mere personal preference. Zen suggests that there are deep ethical truths, but they are discovered through the direct personal realization of our interconnected nature, rather than through abstract reasoning or by appealing to an external authority. This has profound, practical implications. Rather than asking, "What rule should I follow in this situation?" a Zen approach might ask, "What action, right now, would best express clear seeing and boundless compassion in this moment?" This doesn't make ethical decisions simpler. In fact, it often reveals their profound complexity, but it grounds our ethics in direct, lived experience, rather than in abstract, borrowed principles. One beautiful manifestation of Zen ethics is the Bodhisattva vow, the profound, core commitment to work for the liberation and awakening of all beings. This vow expresses the deep, direct recognition that my well-being and your well-being are not separate, that the suffering of others is not fundamentally different from my own. It is not a matter of sacrificing oneself for others. It is the simple, joyful recognition that the division between self and other is ultimately an illusion. So, is Buddhism a religion? Is it a philosophy, a psychology? Is it compatible with science, with secular, modern worldviews? These questions have generated countless passionate debates, particularly as this ancient Eastern path has spread into Western countries, which have very different cultural and intellectual traditions. The truth is that Buddhism and Zen, in particular, does not fit at all into our neat Western categories of religion versus non-religion, of theism versus atheism. It certainly contains elements that we, in the West, would consider religious. There are rituals, there is monasticism, there are concepts like rebirth and karma, but it does not center on belief in a single external creator, God, or on a divine, infallible revelation. In the way that the Abrahamic traditions do. This ambiguity has led some to present Buddhism as a non-religious spirituality, or even as a purely psychological or philosophical system, one that is compatible with any religious belief or none at all. While this secular framing has made the practices of Buddhism far more accessible to many secular Westerners, it can also involve a very selective emphasis on certain aspects of the tradition while conveniently downplaying, ignoring, or radically reinterpreting others. The Buddha himself skillfully rejected both of the dominant, extreme religious paradigms of his time. He rejected eternalism. This is the belief in an eternal, unchanging, permanent soul that survives death, unchanged. And he rejected nihilism. This is the belief that death is the complete and total end of the person, that our actions have no consequences beyond the grave, that there is nothing. Instead, he taught a profound middle way, a path that clearly recognized the reality of moral causation, karma, and a continuity of consciousness between lives without positing an unchanging, permanent, separate self or soul to do the traveling. This incredibly nuanced and subtle position does not align with either conventional religious views or with materialist atheism. It points to something beyond both. In this light, we might best understand Zen as a religion of no religion, a path that uses religious forms, meditation, ritual, community practice to point to a reality that is beyond all forms and all concepts, including religious ones. The purpose of Zen practice is not to confirm or deny religious beliefs. It is to experience directly the nature of reality before all belief altogether. This doesn't mean that Zen is anti-religious or that it views traditional forms as unimportant. Rather, it recognizes both their value and their ultimate limitations. As one Zen teacher put it, the menu pointing to the meal is not the meal, but without the menu, you might not find the meal. For modern practitioners navigating this complex territory, there is no single right approach. Some may find it nourishing to engage fully with the rich religious dimensions of Zen. Others may focus primarily on the meditation practice and the philosophical insights, while setting aside elements that seem culturally specific or metaphysically speculative. What truly matters is not whether we label Zen as religious or non-religious, but whether the practices and the insights gently and effectively help us to wake up from delusion and to live with greater wisdom, clarity, and compassion. In this sense, Zen is radically pragmatic. It is concerned far more with what works to reduce suffering than with doctrinal correctness. This pragmatic, urgent approach aligns perfectly with the Buddha's famous parable of the poisoned arrow when he was questioned relentlessly about metaphysical matters. Is the world eternal? Is it finite? The Buddha compared such inquiries to a man who has been shot with a poisoned arrow, and this man refuses all medical treatment until he knows the name of the man who shot him, what wood the arrow was made from, what feathers were used, and what was the precise recipe of the poison. The Buddha pointed out that this man would die long before his philosophical curiosity was satisfied. The urgent matter, he said, is not speculation. The urgent matter is removing the arrow and treating the wound. In our contemporary world, where rigid religious and rigid secular worldviews often seem locked in a hopeless, angry conflict, Zen offers a refreshing third alternative, neither accepting nor rejecting either position, but pointing instead to a direct, lived experience that, in its silence and its love, transcends these conceptual divisions. Altogether, death remains one of humanity's greatest, most profound mysteries, and one of our most persistent, primal fears. Nearly all religious and philosophical traditions attempt to address this ultimate, final, human concern, and Zen is no exception. However, the Zen approach to our own mortality differs significantly from many other perspectives. Rather than offering comforting beliefs about a guaranteed afterlife or an unchanging, eternal soul, Zen encourages a direct, unflinching, yet gentle confrontation with the reality of impermanence. Through meditation and mindful awareness, practitioners are invited to simply observe the constant, rhythmic arising and passing away of all phenomena. Thoughts arise and pass. Emotions arise and pass. Sensations arise and pass. And eventually, this body itself will arise and pass. In some traditional Zen monasteries, monks would sleep with their heads resting on small, hard death boxes instead of soft pillows. These boxes might contain a simple verse about impermanence or an image reminding them of the body's inevitable decay. This practice is not morbid. It is not about cultivating fear. It is a powerful, practical way of keeping the awareness of mortality vividly present. It prevents the sleepy complacency that comes from ignoring or denying death's profound and simple reality. Zen masters often emphasize that confronting death directly leads not to despair, but to a far more authentic, vibrant, and appreciative relationship with life. When we truly feel in our bones that this precious, unrepeatable human existence will end, and that we do not know when each moment, each breath, each encounter becomes infinitely precious. As one Zen saying provocatively puts it, die before you die and be completely dead. Then do whatever you want. It's all good. This enigmatic, shocking instruction points to a psychological or spiritual death, the death of the constricted, anxious, separate ego that, paradoxically, leads to a far more vibrant, free living. By dying before you die, you release your tight, desperate grip on your persona, your self-image, and you experience the profound freedom that comes when you no longer need to spend your life maintaining and defending a particular fragile identity. The Zen tradition is filled with stories of masters who faced their own physical death with a remarkable, quiet equanimity. The Japanese Zen master, Suzuki Roshi, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. When a student, overcome with grief, asked him about facing death, he simply replied, "I am not dying. I am not living. I am just here." This simple, profound response reflects the Zen perspective that our true nature, the boundless awareness, transcends the conventional dualistic categories of life and death. This doesn't mean that Zen practitioners feel no sadness about dying or about losing loved ones. The human heart feels what it feels. Grief is natural. Rather, it suggests that beneath the natural human grief, there can be a deeper, unshakable peace and acceptance based on a direct insight into the nature of existence. As the beloved Zen poet Ryokan wrote, after the heartbreaking death of his young adopted daughter, "The world of dew is a world of dew, and yet, these simple, perfect lines capture both the clear, intellectual recognition of impermanence. The world is like a dewdrop vanishing with the morning sun, and the human heart's natural, aching response to loss. That, and yet, for those who are caring for the dying, Zen offers invaluable, practical guidance. Rather than turning away from the reality of death or trying to maintain a false, bright cheerfulness, Zen encourages simple, quiet presence, being fully with the dying person, without denial, without evasion, without fear. This quiet, authentic quality of presence can be far more comforting than any rehearsed words of reassurance. It allows for a true, profound human connection. In life's final, sacred chapter, in practical terms, Zen suggests preparing for death, not by accumulating more and more beliefs about what happens afterward, but by letting go of possessions, letting go of roles, letting go of unfinished business and old grievances, and ultimately letting go of the very notion of being, a separate, solid self. This profound process of releasing attachment doesn't happen all at once. At the end, it happens gradually, moment by moment, through a consistent, dedicated practice of living and letting go, whether or not there is a continuity of consciousness after physical death, a question on which various Buddhist traditions hold different, nuanced views. The Zen approach emphasizes working with this mind in this life by developing a deep experiential awareness of our true nature, that boundless awareness beyond the conventional, limited self. We establish a perspective from which death appears not as an absolute, terrifying end, but as another profound transformation in the endless, mysterious, beginningless dance of form and emptiness. At the very heart of Zen wisdom lies the concept of shunyata, emptiness. This is perhaps the most profoundly misunderstood, yet the most deeply liberating teaching in all of Buddhism, far from meaning nothingness or a cold, nihilistic void. Emptiness, shunyata, refers to the lack of any inherent, fixed, independent existence in all phenomena. This means that everything we experience, objects, people, our thoughts, our emotions, even, and most especially, our very sense of self, arises dependently. It arises only in profound, intricate, inseparable relation to countless other factors. Nothing, not one single thing, exists in isolation. Nothing has a fixed, permanent, unchanging essence. This absence of a separate, independent, inherent existence is what the word emptiness points to. A classic analogy is used to understand this. Consider a house. Where is the house? If we take it apart, we find wood, glass, nails, wires, concrete. We can break those down further into fibers, molecules, atoms. At what point does it cease to be a house? Where is the essential, independent houseness? There is no house essence that exists independently of its components. The house is a concept, a convenient, functional label we apply to a temporary arrangement of parts, and yet the house functions perfectly well as a conventional reality. We can live in it in the exact same way. Our sense of having a permanent, solid, separate self does not hold up under this close, intimate examination. The self is also a convenient, functional label for a temporary, ever-changing process of thoughts, feelings, sensations, and memories. The realization of emptiness does not negate or destroy conventional reality. It simply places it in a much larger, freer context. It is like recognizing that while the characters in a dream seem real within the dream, They do not have any independent existence outside the dreamer's mind. In Zen practice, emptiness is not just an abstract philosophical concept to be believed. It is a direct, lived experience. It is what is tasted in moments of deep meditation, when the rigid conceptual boundaries between self and world, between subject and object, between inside and outside, temporarily soften and dissolve. These experiences of non-duality offer a direct, liberating glimpse of reality before our minds slice it up with labels. The Zen approach is not to analyze emptiness intellectually, but to perceive it directly as the Heart Sutra, one of the most important core texts in Zen, so paradoxically and perfectly states, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This points to the profound inseparability of the conventional everyday world of forms and the ultimate liberating truth of emptiness. They are not two separate realities. They are two perspectives on the one seamless reality. Understanding this viscerally has profound practical implications. When we recognize that our identity isn't a fixed, solid, permanent thing, we begin to hold our self-image much more lightly. We become less defensive, less driven to prove ourselves, and far more open to change and growth. Emotionally, the insight into emptiness is profoundly freeing. So many of our deepest psychological struggles stem from treating these impermanent, dependently arisen phenomena, like our thoughts, our feelings, our reputations, as if they were solid, permanent, and independently real. When we see through this misperception, we release an immense and heavy burden of unnecessary suffering. For example, if I receive criticism and I take it as defining who I really am, I am a failure. I create deep, profound suffering for myself. If I can recognize that both the I and the concept of failure are empty of inherent, independent existence, they are useful conventions, but not absolute, solid truths. So, the sharp, painful sting of the criticism diminishes considerably. I can learn from the feedback without being defined or crushed by it. This doesn't mean we live in a state of cold, passionless detachment. Paradoxically, when we truly understand emptiness, we can engage more fully, more passionately with life, because we are no longer constantly, anxiously trying to protect or defend a fragile, imaginary sense of self. We can be more spontaneous, more responsive, more present to what is. The beloved Zen teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, coined the beautiful term into being to express this concept of emptiness in positive, relational terms. He would say a piece of paper is empty of a separate, independent existence, precisely because it interis with the sunshine, the rain, the soil, the tree, the logger, the truck driver, the factory, the mind that is thinking. Paper, far from diminishing the paper, this profound, radical interconnection is the only thing that allows the paper to be at all. In the same way, our own existence is possible only because of innumerable other factors, from our parents and ancestors to the air we are breathing right now, the food we ate, the communities that sustain us, and the entire, vast, mysterious web of all life. Understanding emptiness in this way leads not to nihilism or despair, but to profound, unshakable gratitude and a deep, natural care for the whole of which we are an inseparable and precious part. One of the most distinctive and beautifully paradoxical aspects of Zen is its profound emphasis on not seeking, on non-attainment. While most spiritual paths are structured around achieving something, attaining enlightenment, achieving salvation, gaining inner peace, Zen often and gently emphasizes that there is nothing to attain, nothing that isn't already fully, completely present. This creates a fascinating and profound predicament for the Zen student. If enlightenment, if our true nature is already present, then why practice at all? Why meditate? Why follow the precepts? Yet, if we don't practice, we remain hopelessly caught in the dream of delusion, in the habits of suffering. So, we practice diligently, but not to get something we lack. Rather, we practice to uncover, to realize what has been present all along. As the great Zen master Do General stated so clearly, if you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it? This points to the radical immediacy of awakening. It is not a distant future goal to be achieved through years and years of effort. It is the very nature of this present moment when it is seen clearly. The Zen approach to this paradox is sometimes called effortless effort, or the action of non-action, Wu Wei in Chinese. It is not the strained, anxious, muscular striving to reach a goal. It is more like the gentle, persistent effort involved in letting go of a heavy bag than the effort involved in grasping for a prize. A famous Zen story illustrates this perfectly. A young, eager student asked his teacher. "I have been at this monastery for 3 long years. I've meditated every day, but I haven't made any progress. I feel no closer to awakening. Perhaps I should just leave." The teacher, without a word, picked up an old, gritty roof tile and began to polish it vigorously with his sleeve. The student watched this in confusion for many minutes. Finally, he asked, "Master, what are you doing?" The teacher kept polishing and replied, "I am polishing this tile to make a mirror." The student laughed. "Master, that's impossible. No amount of polishing will ever turn a gritty tile into a shining mirror." The teacher stopped polishing. He looked at the student and said, "And no amount of practice will ever turn you into a Buddha, because you already are one." This story highlights the profound futility of any practice that is motivated by a sense of lack or inadequacy. Such practice, "I am not enlightened, I must become a Buddha," only reinforces the very illusion of separation that it supposedly aims to overcome. True practice emerges from a different, quieter place, not from wanting to become something we are not, but from allowing what we already are to manifest more and more clearly. Paradoxically, when we truly drop the entire anxious agenda of self-improvement or spiritual achievement, that is when genuine, profound transformation finally becomes possible, as we release the anxious, tight striving of the me that is trying to get somewhere. Our innate, already present qualities of wisdom and compassion emerge more naturally. We discover that what we have been so desperately seeking has been present all along, like a fish swimming in the ocean, desperately searching for water, or a bird flying in the sky, looking for the air. In practical terms, the path of not seeking involves a fundamental, radical shift in our motivation and our attention. Rather than practicing to get somewhere or become someone, we practice simply to be fully, wholly present with what is. This profound shift doesn't happen all at once. It happens gradually as we recognize again and again the futility of the restless, seeking mind, and as we again and again taste the simple, profound freedom of just being. This perspective doesn't mean abandoning aspirations or efforts toward positive change. Rather, it suggests approaching such efforts from a place of fundamental completeness, rather than from a place of fundamental lack. We act not to fill a hole in ourselves, but as a natural, joyful expression of our already present wholeness. The path of not seeking also involves a radical acceptance of our present experience, whatever it may be, instead of constantly evaluating our meditation, our practice, in terms of progress or attainment. Was that a good sit? Am I getting it? We simply meet each moment freshly, without imposing our heavy expectations or judgments upon it. Just this moment, just this breath, in all of its simple, ordinary, magnificent suchness, while Zazen, seated meditation, is the quiet, unmoving heart of Zen practice. There are many, many other forms through which this Zen wisdom can be cultivated, practiced, and expressed. These diverse, active practices accommodate different temperaments, different energies, and different life circumstances, while all pointing to the exact same fundamental realization. Despite Zen's popular reputation for stark minimalism, traditional Zen monasteries incorporate extensive daily chanting and ritual into their practice. These elements are not viewed as ways to petition external forces or to ask for favors from a deity. They are understood as powerful, embodied expressions of our own awakened mind. Chanting sutras, the scriptures or discourses of the Buddha, or dharanis, sacred, resonant phrases, engages the body, the breath, and the voice in a way that can profoundly quiet the restless, discursive, chattering mind. It cultivates a deep, single-pointed attention. The deep, resonant, rhythmic quality of group chanting creates a powerful, palpable sense of harmony, of shared, unified purpose that supports and deepens individual practice. Rituals such as offering incense, bowing, which is an act of letting go of ego, not of worship. Formal, silent, ceremonial meals, oryoki, and slow, mindful, walking meditation, kinhin, all of these bring a profound, formal mindfulness into physical movement. They create a sacred, structured container of form, and within this container, we can clearly observe our own inner reactions, our resistance, our preference, our boredom, our impatience, our enthusiasm, and we practice meeting each of these arising feelings with a quiet, spacious equanimity. For lay practitioners living outside of monastery walls, even the most simple personal rituals like lighting a single candle before you sit to meditate, or performing a simple, graceful bow to your cushion before you sit down, can help to create a clear, intentional transition from the busyness of our everyday concerns to the quiet, sacred space of contemplative awareness. And, as we have touched upon, in Zen monasteries, work, samu, is not separate from meditation. It is an absolutely integral, vital part of the practice, whether cooking the community's meal, carefully sweeping the temple paths, tending the vegetable garden, or repairing the monastery buildings. Each and every task is approached with the exact same present, attentive, mindful awareness that one brings to the formal, silent meditation cushion. This profound integration of work and practice dissolves the artificial, harmful boundary we so often create between our spiritual activities and our ordinary, mundane life. It powerfully challenges our tendency to seek special experiences in meditation while remaining distracted, rushed, and unconscious during our practical, everyday tasks. Through this simple, humble work practice, we learn to bring our full, undivided, loving attention to activities that we might otherwise perform on total autopilot. We discover that any activity, when approached with this total, simple mindfulness, can reveal the exact same profound insights as formal, seated meditation. It is all practice. Zen has also, as we've seen, profoundly influenced many of the traditional Japanese arts. These include calligraphy, shodo, painting, sumie, poetry, haiku, flower arrangement, ikebana, the meticulous design of rock gardens, and the profound, quiet grace of the tea ceremony, chado. These arts are not considered mere hobbies or decorative pursuits. In the Zen tradition, they are seen as genuine paths. Do, which means the way or the path. They are legitimate, powerful paths of awakening in themselves. In these Zen arts, as we've touched upon, technical mastery is absolutely essential. It is the foundation, but it is not sufficient. It is not the final goal. The true aim is always to move beyond the technique to a place of total, embodied spontaneity, an expression that emerges when the separate, striving, conscious self momentarily drops away. This paradox is captured in the concept of the controlled accident, creating the perfect conditions of skill and presence, where something unexpected, alive, and authentic can finally emerge. For example, in Zen calligraphy, the practitioner might spend years mastering just the way to hold the brush, to grind the ink, to make a single perfect stroke. But the most powerful living calligraphy happens in a single, unrepeatable instant, when the calligrapher is no longer thinking about technique and instead becomes one with the brush, the ink, the paper, and the breath. What emerges on the paper is not a personal expression. It is the direct, unmediated movement of life itself, expressing itself through the artist. Similarly, the Japanese tea ceremony, integrates hundreds of precise, formal, graceful movements with a natural, simple spontaneity. Every single movement, every object, every arrangement is carefully considered. Yet, the ultimate, profound aim is simply to create an atmosphere of pure, harmonious presence, where both host and guest can fully experience the simple, profound, unrepeatable wonder of just sharing a bowl of tea together beyond all separation. And while Zen is often associated with the profound stillness of sitting meditation, various forms of mindful movement can also be powerful, potent vehicles for practice. Ancient traditions like Tai Chi, Qigong, and certain forms of yoga share with Zen a deep core emphasis on present moment awareness, on the coordination of movement and breath, and on the profound, inseparable unity of body and mind. Even conventional, modern exercise like running, swimming, walking, or hiking can become a profound Zen practice when it is approached with full, mindful attention rather than a purely goal-oriented striving to beat a time, to burn calories. The key is to bring a gentle, curious awareness to the direct physical sensations, the feeling of your feet on the ground, the rhythm of your breathing, the feeling of the air or water on your skin, the sounds of the environment around you, while gently letting go of the internal mental commentary and judgments. For some practitioners, these body-centered movement practices provide a far more accessible entry point into mindfulness than formal, seated meditation. This is particularly true for those of us who experience strong physical restlessness or deep anxiety when trying to sit completely still, or for those for whom this deep, embodied awareness simply comes more naturally than abstract contemplation. The body becomes the anchor for the mind, and while Zen famously emphasizes direct experience over mere intellectual, conceptual understanding, the study of Buddhist texts and the vital dialogue with teachers and with fellow practitioners still play a very important and supportive role in the tradition. Study provides the essential conceptual maps. These maps can help to orient our practice. They can help us to avoid the most common, subtle pitfalls and misunderstandings. In traditional Zen training, students do study the sutras, the discourses of the Buddha, the Shastras, the later profound commentaries, and the recorded, baffling encounters between the ancient Zen masters and their students, the koan collections. But this study is not aimed at simply accumulating more and more religious, or philosophical knowledge. It is a practice of listening, of recognizing pointers that point back to our own direct, immediate experience. It is about clarifying and illuminating the path of practice, dialogue with teachers, whether in the formal, intense, private setting of Dokusan, the koan interview, or in more casual, informal conversations, allows for a direct, living interaction with someone who embodies the teaching. The teacher, as we've said, doesn't simply impart information. They create the living relational conditions where the student can experience their own insight. Group discussion, Dharma discussion, Hodan, provides invaluable opportunities to articulate one's own burgeoning understanding, to learn from the diverse perspectives of others, and to recognize the common, universal patterns that arise in everyone's practice. By hearing how others work skillfully with the exact same challenges of anxiety, restlessness, or doubt, we gain fresh, compassionate insights into our own experience. And, increasingly, in our modern world, Zen practitioners are exploring vital, powerful forms of engaged practice that explicitly and courageously connects our inner meditation practice with outer, compassionate, social action. This engaged Buddhism recognizes that inner transformation and outer social transformation are profoundly interdependent. Neither one is truly complete without the other. Engaged practice might involve applying the core Zen principles of presence, non-violence, and deep listening to activism for environmental protection, for racial and social justice, for economic ethics, for peace, and for the relief of suffering wherever it is found, rather than seeing this vital social engagement as a distraction from real internal practice. This approach recognizes that how we respond to the suffering of the world is the crucial test and the most profound expression of our understanding. If our hours on the meditation cushion do not lead to greater, wiser compassion and more skillful, courageous action in the world, then something essential is still missing in our practice. As Zen has traveled from its ancient Eastern roots and entered into global popular culture, various and understandable misconceptions have arisen about its nature and its practice. Clarifying these can help as you begin to approach this path with clearer and more gentle expectations. Misconception number 1. Zen is about emptying the mind of all thoughts. This is perhaps the most common and the most frustrating misconception of all. It leads so many beginners to feel like a failure. They sit and they discover they cannot stop thinking, and so they assume they are bad at meditation. In reality, Zen practice is not about suppressing or eliminating thoughts. You cannot stop your mind from thinking any more than you can stop your heart from beating. Thinking is simply what the mind does. The practice is not to stop thinking, but to change our relationship to our thinking. We learn to see thoughts simply as mental events, energy patterns, arising and passing in the vast, open space of awareness, rather than as the truth, or as me, or as commands we must follow. The aim is not a blank mind. The aim is a spacious, free awareness that is no longer controlled or imprisoned by its own thought patterns. As the Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki wonderfully said, "Leave your front door and your back door open. Allow your thoughts to come and to go. Just don't serve them." Misconception number 2. Zen is passive or emotionally detached. Another common misunderstanding is that Zen cultivates a state of cold, passive detachment and indifference to life. Critics sometimes characterize Zen as promoting a withdrawal from life's messy, beautiful challenges and responsibilities. On the contrary, true Zen practice leads to far greater engagement with life, not less, by gently releasing the anxious, self-centered, static, the what about me that normally constrains us. We become more fully available to whatever and whoever this moment requires. What Zen does cultivate is non-attachment, which is radically different from detachment. Detachment is cold. It is pulling away. It is building a wall. Non-attachment is warm. It is engaging fully, playing, loving, working wholeheartedly, while also remembering that we do not control the outcomes. It is engaging without the desperate, painful, clinging. Misconception number 3. Zen is anti-intellectual. Because Zen so powerfully emphasizes direct, lived experience over mere, dry, conceptual understanding. It is sometimes portrayed as being anti-intellectual or dismissive of critical, rational thought. This misunderstanding is often reinforced by the koan stories, where masters respond to deep philosophical questions with a shout or a comment about the weather. In truth, Zen does not reject the intellect. It simply recognizes both its incredible value and its profound limitations. Conceptual thought is a useful, powerful, necessary tool for navigating the relative, everyday world, but it can never capture or contain the absolute, the infinite. The intellect can describe the taste of honey. It can analyze its chemical composition, but it can never give you the experience of tasting it. Many of the greatest Zen teachers were highly educated, brilliant scholars. They used their cognitive, intellectual abilities skillfully, while not being limited or trapped by their conceptual frameworks. As the Zen teacher Norman Fisher puts it, thinking is not the problem. The problem is thinking. That thinking is all there is. Misconception number 4. Zen is mystical or supernatural. Some portrayals of Zen, especially in popular media, emphasize mysterious, psychic experiences, special powers, or exotic, supernatural insights. This can create the false impression that Zen practice leads to some kind of magical state, a state that is unavailable to ordinary, everyday people. While it is true that profound, unusual, and deeply moving experiences can and do occur in Zen practice, moments of deep unity or boundless light, they are not the point. In fact, clinging to them is seen as a subtle trap, a diversion. Zen is fundamentally about waking up to the profound, unshakable reality of this present moment, not escaping into altered states. It is about seeing the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. It is not about seeking something beyond our ordinary human experience. As one Zen saying so beautifully puts it, the ultimate miracle is not walking on water or flying through the air. The ultimate miracle is walking on this earth. The most profound realization in Zen is not some exotic, mystical experience. It is the direct, simple, breathtaking recognition of the wonder of ordinary, everyday reality. When we finally see it clearly. Misconception number 5. Zen is a quick fix. In our modern, instant gratification culture, meditation is often marketed as a quick, easy life hack, a simple solution to all our stress, anxiety, or unhappiness. This creates completely unrealistic expectations about what Zen practice can and cannot offer, especially In the short term, while meditation can indeed provide immediate benefits, a sense of relaxation, a temporary, quiet calm, the deeper, more fundamental transformations that Zen points toward typically unfold very gradually through consistent, patient, dedicated practice over a long time. There may be moments of sudden insight, kensho, but integrating these insights, embodying them in our daily speech, actions, and relationships is almost always a much longer, gentler, and lifelong process. Zen is better understood as a lifelong path of exploration than as a technique for quick results. The question is not, what will I get from this? But rather, am I willing to simply show up consistently and patiently and engage with whatever arises? Misconception number 6. Zen is the worship of the Buddha. Some people mistakenly assume that Zen Buddhists worship the historical Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, as a god or a divine external figure. They may be confused by the presence of Buddha statues in Zen centers, or by the ritualistic elements like bowing. In Zen, the Buddha is not viewed as a deity to be worshipped. He is revered, honored, respected as a great teacher, a human being just like us, who discovered and perfectly exemplified the potential for total awakening that exists within all of us. Bowing to a Buddha image is not an act of worship in the Western religious sense. It is an expression of gratitude to the teacher and the teaching, and it is a profound recognition of our own innate Buddha nature. When you bow to the Buddha, you are bowing to the potential for Buddhahood within yourself. As we have heard, one of the most famous and shocking Zen koans from the master Rinzai states, "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him." This is not advocating violence. It is a powerful, radical warning against turning anything, even the Buddha himself, into an external object of attachment or worship. The true Buddha is not the historical figure. It is not any statue. It is the awakened, clear, compassionate nature of reality itself. By clarifying these common misconceptions, we can approach this path with more accurate and kinder expectations. We can understand that Zen is not an escape from life. It is a profound, courageous, and joyful way to enter more fully into life, exactly as it is. If you are inspired to explore this simple practice for yourself, here are a few gentle practical suggestions for getting started. First, start small rather than trying to establish an ambitious hour-long meditation schedule right away, which can lead to frustration. Begin with short, regular, sustainable periods of practice. Even just 5 or 10 minutes of quiet sitting each day is profoundly valuable. Consistency, showing up every day, matters far more than the duration, especially in the beginning. Find a time that works with your unique schedule and try to make it as routine as brushing your teeth. Many people find that practicing first thing in the morning, before the day's activities and distractions begin, helps to establish a consistent, quiet practice. Create a supportive environment. If possible, designate a specific, quiet place for your meditation. It doesn't need to be elaborate. A simple corner of a room where you can place a small cushion or a comfortable chair. This becomes your practice place. Some people find it helpful to create a very simple, small altar with objects that gently remind them of their intention to be present. Perhaps a single candle, a flower, or a meaningful image. This is not about worship. It is about creating simple visual reminders of what matters most to you. Minimize potential distractions. During your meditation time, turn off your phone notifications. Put your phone in another room. If you live with others, gently let them know that you need just a few minutes of uninterrupted, quiet time. Learn a basic, stable posture. You can sit on a meditation cushion, zafu, on the floor. You can use a small meditation bench, or you can simply sit in a comfortable straight-back chair. The key essential elements of the posture are these. Keep your spine relatively straight, but not rigid or stiff. Imagine a gentle, invisible thread lightly pulling the crown of your head toward the sky, lengthening your spine. Allow your shoulders to relax and drop away from your ears. Let your chin tuck just slightly. Place your hands in a comfortable, stable position, either resting gently on your thighs or held in your lap, perhaps with one hand resting in the other, thumbs lightly touching. If you are sitting on a cushion, cross your legs in a way that feels stable and sustainable. The half lotus or simple Burmese style is fine. If you are using a chair, it is best to sit slightly forward, away from the backrest, and place both of your feet flat on the floor. The key is to bring a gentle, curious awareness to the direct physical sensations, the feeling of your feet on the ground, the rhythm of your breathing, the feeling of the air or water on your skin, the sounds of the environment around you, while gently letting go of the internal mental commentary and judgments. For some practitioners, these body-centered movement practices provide a far more accessible entry point into mindfulness than formal, seated meditation. This is particularly true for those of us who experience strong physical restlessness or deep anxiety when trying to sit completely still, or for those for whom this deep, embodied awareness simply comes more naturally than abstract contemplation. The body becomes the anchor for the mind. Once you have found your stable posture, start with simple breath awareness. This is a simple, universal, and powerful anchor for the mind. You are not trying to control your breath. You are not trying to change your breath in any way. You are simply observing it, resting your attention on its natural, gentle rhythm. You might notice the sensations of breathing at the tip of the nostrils, feeling the cool air enter and the warm air leave. Or you might notice the gentle rise and fall of your chest or your abdomen. Find the place where the breath is most easily felt for you and just rest your attention there. When, not if, your mind wanders, which it will, 1,000 times, gently, kindly, and without any judgment or frustration, simply notice that you have been thinking, and then gently guide your attention back to the simple physical sensation of this breath. This simple, repetitive practice of returning again and again and again. That is the core of the meditation. You are gently, patiently rewiring your brain, cultivating both concentration and a profound kindness toward yourself. Consider finding a teacher or a group. While it is absolutely possible to begin this practice on your own with books or apps, connecting with an experienced, qualified teacher or a local practice community, Sangha, can provide invaluable guidance and support. A teacher can offer personalized instruction, help to clarify the inevitable confusion, and gently point out the subtle blind spots in your practice. A group, a Sangha, provides the simple, powerful encouragement of practicing with others who share similar aspirations. There is a very potent, quiet energy in just sitting in silence together that is not easily replicated in solitary practice. Look for Zen centers, Buddhist temples, or meditation groups in your local area. Many now also offer extensive online programs and virtual sitting groups, making it possible to connect with teachers and communities regardless of your physical location. Integrate mindfulness into your daily activities beyond your formal seated meditation time. Look for small, simple opportunities to bring this same mindful, present awareness into your everyday activities. Choose just one simple, routine activity, like washing the dishes, brushing your teeth, or walking from your car to your front door, and practice doing just that one thing with your full, gentle, undivided attention. Notice the sensations, the sounds, the movements, even the thoughts that arise during these simple activities. When you catch yourself lost in thought, on autopilot, gently return to the direct, simple experience of right now. This simple integration of mindfulness into daily life helps to bridge the gap between your formal practice and the rest of your life. And finally, most important of all, be patient and be kind with yourself. This is perhaps the most crucial advice for beginners. Progress in meditation is not linear. It does not always go up. You will inevitably encounter periods of deep restlessness, profound boredom, sleepiness, or frustration. These difficult, challenging experiences are not signs that you are failing. They are not signs that you are bad at this. They are natural, normal, universal parts of the practice. Each time you notice your mind has wandered and you gently, kindly return to the present, you are strengthening the muscle of awareness. That is the practice, even if it doesn't feel like progress in that moment. Remember, Zen is not about achieving some special state or becoming some perfect, different person. It is about learning to meet your actual present experience with awareness and kindness, whatever that experience may be. Keep it simple. As you continue, you may encounter all sorts of complex techniques, deep philosophies, and diverse traditions. While exploration can be valuable, there is a profound, deep wisdom in keeping your practice radically simple, especially in the beginning. The true essence of Zen practice is remarkably straightforward. Show up, pay attention, and meet whatever arises with awareness and compassion. Everything else is just commentary. As the Zen master Shunryu Suzuki famously said, in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind. There are few approach this practice every day with this fresh, open, curious, beginner's mind, free from fixed, heavy ideas about what your practice should be or what you should experience. Just show up and see what is here as we draw our exploration of Zen Buddhism to a quiet close for tonight. It is worth reflecting on the continuous, ever-unfolding nature of this path. Unlike so many of our human pursuits, which have clear, definable endpoints, achievements, or graduations, Zen practice is never finished. It is never completed. It is simply a lifelong, moment-to-moment journey, a process of discovery, of unfolding, and of transformation. This open-ended, continuous quality can be quite challenging for our minds, which are so deeply conditioned to seek goals, to seek closure and accomplishment. We naturally want to know, am I making progress? Am I getting it right? Am I approaching some final goal? Zen, gently but persistently, undermines these very questions. As the 13th century Japanese Zen master Do General wrote, the words we heard earlier that bear repeating: if you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it? This points to the profound, radical immediacy and accessibility of everything we are seeking. It is not something distant to be attained after 2 years of practice. It is the very nature of this present moment when it is finally seen with clarity and with love. Yet, for most of us, this clear seeing doesn't happen all at once in a single final flash. We get glimpses, moments of unusual clarity, peace, or presence, followed inevitably by the familiar, heavy fog of our habitual thinking, our restlessness, and our reactivity. The practice is simply to learn to notice both, to notice the clarity and to notice the fog with the exact same gentle, patient, accepting awareness. This is the heart of all the Zen stories and all the teachings we have explored. And over time, with this gentle, consistent returning, something does shift. The artificial boundary between our formal practice, like this sleep meditation, and the rest of our life, begins to soften and dissolve. We find ourselves bringing the same quiet quality of attention to washing the dishes as we do to formal seated meditation. we begin to notice how old, painful, reactive patterns that once seemed so solid and inevitable now have just a little space around them, a moment of choice rather than an automatic, unconscious reaction. These profound changes may be so subtle that others notice them before we do. A friend or a partner might comment that we seem calmer, more present in conversation, less easily angered, more at ease in challenging, difficult situations. This is the path to a true, restorative, deep sleep. Often, it is in our relationships with ourselves and with others that the quiet, nourishing fruits of our practice become most beautifully and clearly apparent. As our time together exploring this quiet path comes to a gentle close, it is now time to allow your body and your mind to drift, to float toward peaceful, restorative sleep. Let the concepts and the stories we have explored simply settle. Let them dissolve gently in your awareness. There is nothing at all to remember, nothing to understand, nothing to hold on to. Trust that what is most valuable will remain with you effortlessly, like the feeling of warmth after the sun has set. The deepest wisdom is not something to be grasped intellectually. It is absorbed naturally, like cool, soft rain soaking gently into the dry earth. As you rest here, allow yourself to simply be without any effort, without any striving. This simple, effortless being is itself a profound taste of what this path points to. It is the deep, abiding peace that is always present when we finally stop rushing, when we stop trying to become something different, and when we simply allow ourselves to rest in our own natural awareness. Feel the simple physical weight of your body, heavy, warm, and supported, completely held by the surface beneath you. You do not have to hold yourself up. Let it go. Notice the gentle, automatic rhythm of your breathing. It flows in and it flows out all by itself. You are not doing the breathing. The breathing is simply happening. Trust it. Listen to any sounds in your environment. The hum of the room, a distant noise, the sound of my voice. Just let them be. Pure sound without any label or judgment. They are just passing clouds in the vast, quiet sky of your awareness. As thoughts arise, Perhaps reflecting on what you have heard. Perhaps planning for tomorrow, or drifting to unrelated memories. Simply notice them with a gentle, tender awareness. There is no need to follow them. There is no need to push them away. They too are just clouds. Let them drift through the spaciousness of your mind without disturbing its fundamental, deep tranquility. In these precious, quiet moments just before sleep, you are practicing what the masters call non-doing, wu-wei. You are not actively trying to accomplish anything. You are not even trying to fall asleep. This profound letting go of all effort, this simple surrender, creates the perfect, safe conditions for deep, restorative rest to arise all on its own. As you continue to relax, you might notice subtle, floating sensations throughout your body, areas of tension gently unfolding and releasing, a feeling of warmth or coolness, a gentle tingling or pulsing. These are not problems to be fixed. They are simply the sensations of your body letting go. Meet them with the same gentle, curious awareness. Remember that sleep itself is a completely natural process. Your body knows perfectly how to sleep. You do not have to manage it. You do not have to force it. You only need to create the conditions, the safety, the stillness for this natural, innate wisdom to express itself by releasing conscious control and surrendering to your body's own deep intelligence. You allow sleep to emerge gently and organically, and if you find that sleep does not come easily tonight, that is perfectly okay. It is all right, even just lying here, resting in this quiet, open awareness provides significant, deep restoration for your body and your mind. Rather than struggling against wakefulness, which only creates more tension, you can simply rest in the peace of simply being without adding the second painful layer of worrying about sleep. Just rest. As we conclude, I invite you to let go, completely let go of all concepts, let go of all effort, let go of any need to understand or remember anything at all from our exploration. Simply rest in the silent, spacious awareness that is hearing these words, that is feeling your body. That is aware of this moment. This awareness is always present beneath the ever-changing surface of experience. May your sleep be deep, peaceful, and restorative, and may you wake in the morning refreshed, carrying this quiet, simple presence into your new day, not as something special or separate, but as the very ground of your being, the simple, loving awareness from which all of your experience arises. Good night. Rest well.